Hey, what's good? Yep, y'all saw the title of the show. Gonna need y'all to behave, David. All right. Manny, talking to you too. Warren, what's good, baby? Ramsey, we see you in here. Donnie all in here. Hella late. Yeah.
Yo. What's
yeah.
good?
So shout out to Coach Molly. I don't think Coach Molly has chimed in yet, but these fools on the radio right now, Bart Scott and that crew, put together a trade proposal for Ben Simmons and De'Aaron Fox. Here's the kicker, and we're actually going to have to address this on the air.
Come on, man.
They think Vlade is still the general manager.
Oh, come on, man.
We'll address that shit on the air. Like, come on, man. What are you doing? Like, man, you made yourself look stupid. I got you, Donnie. It's very nice of you to send it at the absolute last damn minute. I did get this for you, Donnie. Where we at? Hold on. Pop-ham! Wait a minute. It didn't show up. Bam! There it is. Got that up for you. Yeah.
Seeing this right now too, Donnie.
I'm going to go ahead.
Okay. Just got confirmation. Jason Jones good for 220.
Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and get this up. We got a sale. We've got a sale. We've got a sale. One of us may have spent a whole bunch of money over at thedopedOnes.com this morning. Got an Aaliyah t-shirt, an Aaliyah crew neck.
I gotta get my Aaliyah shirt, man.
I got my Bo Jackson long sleeve. Oh, look at that little KC merchandise right there. Use the promo code June21 for 21% off.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, buddy. Go on and get that. Don't be scared.
Yes, sir.
Let's get that. Yeah, all that hot new merchandise over there, thedopedOnes.com. Promo code June21. Get it in.
Manny, what you talking about? Ignoring you. Hey.
There it is. We do the whole show like this.
There we go. Yeah.
Need to get you a little booster seat.
I brought in a new, more comfortable seat in. It's a little lower though.
Okay.
What the hell, Manny talking about?
I never know what Manny's talking about.
Big dog. I never ignore you, man. What's up, man? What's good? I'm sending you 4 page.
Always, brother, bringing that heat. And I heard the Dope Ones is a dookie.
Oh, that's how he feels.
I heard the Dope Ones got some things going on with Duke University now. Hold on.
Hey, did you see? Are you familiar with this young lady named Jada Williams?
Jada Williams,
high school basketball player. She's probably like the best in her class.
I think so.
I think she's a junior right now. It's hard to tell with all this stuff that's going on this year, but that girl can play. I was watching her last night. That girl can ball.
Where's she at? Here?
No, I think she. I don't know. I don't want to say where she's at, but like I don't know. I don't want to guess, but she can go.
Okay. All right, so right out the gate, let's just address that national nonsense that aired on this radio station. Bart Scott, Vlade Divac is no longer the general manager of the Sacramento Kings.
Wait,
1.
what?
2, we are not in on your little Ben Simmons, De'Aaron Fox trade proposal. Please sit over there in New York or Los Angeles or wherever you are. Pretend like you know what's going on in the National Basketball Association and keep your names out your mouth.
That's embarrassing.
Tell everybody how you can't wait. Do whatever it is that you do in New York, but keep De'Aaron Fox's name out. De'Aaron Fox for Ben Simmons. Jesus H. Christ. What are you talking about? I heard De'Aaron Fox wasn't happy. No, you didn't. You did not. Knock it off. So just to address that garbage right out the gate.
How you just going to say something like that?
What are you talking about? That is absurd. Ain't nothing we could do about it. That's national broadcast right there, but God bless it.
My goodness.
Sign the petition to get Deuce and Mo on this radio station now. Not now, but right now. I don't even know where the petition is at. Go find it and say Rich puts up a petition tweet every day. Go sign that.
Absolutely.
Over here talking about Vlade is the general manager.
That's great. Hold on. Get these people to the whole get down real quick about what they said.
They said they were trying to come up with trade proposals for Ben Simmons. And they said, what about Ben Simmons for De'Aaron Fox? Okay, right out the gate. No. But the conversation continues where they're talking about, well, is De'Aaron Fox happy in Sacramento? He can't be happy in Sacramento. We get Ben Simmons for Sacramento or into Sacramento for De'Aaron Fox. And he's talking about how Philly's going to be better and all of these different things. No. Then they start questioning, how's Vlade been in power there so long? He hasn't.
Yo.
What are y'all doing?
I'm going to have to hear this. I don't know if it's going to be on the show. I don't know if it's going to be after the show or whatever. I got to hear this.
There ain't no way. So we have a program that allows us to access like all of the audio that airs on ESPN. I'm going to guess they're not going to post that clip. I'm going to guess they're going to be like, you know what? Let's. Nah, it's cool. Let's just not post that. Let's just leave that.
That's crazy. That's great. Like you got to know who's in charge, man. And I'm not saying, look, I've made mistakes. I will make mistakes and move forward. But you got to know, Buddy ain't been here for a whole year.
Hey, no, you know what? Let's go a step further. If you're gonna propose a trade, like it's difficult to keep up with all of the general managers, coaches, comings and goings. Hell, it's been an eventful couple of weeks here. It's been an eventful couple of days. Why don't we just go ahead? Hey, I got an idea. Ben Simmons for De'Aaron Fox. Okay. Maybe I should look up who the general manager is of the Sacramento Kings. Maybe I should do some research as to whether De'Aaron Fox is unhappy or he has ever said something publicly about wanting to get out of Sacramento.
The guy literally just signed an extension less than a year ago.
This ties into something I think I told you privately yesterday. I was going to bring it on to the show, but never got around to. Keyshawn Johnson was on Get Up yesterday, but he was like there was no Stephen A, no Max. Like he was one of the hosts of Get Up. Mm-hmm. And he was talking about the 5 faces, the 5 future faces of the NBA. All right, this will be fun. Let's see what Keyshawn says. Now, I'll give you the names, and I don't really find any problem with the names. Trae Young was on there. He actually had Luka Doncic at number 1. He had LaMelo Ball at number 2. Trae Young was on there. Zion was on there. I'm missing an obvious one. I don't know who it was. I know it wasn't Tatum. But there was another name on there. But the point being is Zion and Luka Doncic plays for the Dallas Mavericks. Mm-hmm. He was trying to get all of these players off of their current team. Well, this guy, Luka Doncic could be the face of the league. Imagine Luka Doncic in New York. Imagine Luka Doncic with the Los Angeles Lakers. Bro, he's in Dallas. When did Dallas become Stockton or Modesto or something? What are you talking about? He did the same thing with Zion Williamson. Oh, it was Donovan Mitchell. Thank you for that, Andrew. The other one was Donovan Mitchell. Well, Donovan Mitchell's just buried out there in Utah. Fam, he's still playing. What do you mean he's buried out in Utah?
He's literally on your station tonight.
He's on
maybe
the best team record-wise in the NBA. What are you talking about? But all of these guys they pay attention to the Lakers. They pay attention to the Knicks, and everything else is background noise. And every other star, no matter how good you are, it's trying to get that star. It's just like Max Kellerman did with De'Aaron Fox on his show. Oh, you're gonna look great in the Laker uniform in a couple of years. Get out of here.
This is probably gonna offend some people, and it's not a personal shot. But is there a group of people that know less about other sports than NFL, ex-NFL?
No,
players?
there absolutely is not.
Yet they talk and so definitive.
Well, it's because they're paid very handsomely to pretend like they know what they're talking about. Bart Scott probably makes 7 figures to tell you De'Aaron Fox and Ben Simmons for Ben Simmons is a good idea with Vlade Divac as the general manager?
Ex-NFL players have no clue what they're talking about in other sports. None whatsoever. I've heard them all talk about basketball and all this other stuff, and they sound like Brandon Marshall talking about guaranteed contracts.
Oh, geez.
That's what they sound like.
Oh gosh. There's like 2 guaranteed contracts. Oh, we got to bring that back. We haven't heard that, Brandon.
Spot on. We haven't lazy like in our own heads right now. It's crazy. And but they talk about the game. They're like, look, if it's LeBron and AD, it doesn't matter, because really what they have in Orlando with Shaq and Penny, that might be just enough to beat those guys. I'm just telling you.
Oh, goodness.
That's crazy, man. That's great. And look, Bart Scott, all due respect, this is what you do.
We get Bart Scott on the show and ask him, what the hell are you talking about? Like, what made you go off there?
About because y'all talking about the NBA, everybody got guaranteed contracts, and it's false. They do. Searching this, and I'm telling you, it's the truth. No, they don't. Not everybody that's on the NBA roster have a guaranteed.
There's two-way contracts. There's two-way contracts,
no, it's not.
And then there's the top dogs. There's the top dogs.
No, it's not. There's 4 guys on the NBA team that got guaranteed contracts, and everybody else can be cut today and don't got nothing.
And don't have man dime.
Look it up. It's not guaranteed. It's not guaranteed. It's not guaranteed.
So who has a better structure, the NBA or the NFL?
Everything y'all saying is what I'm saying.
Oh, that's my. How did I miss that the first time around? That's my new favorite line. How did I miss that?
That's what I'm saying.
Wait a minute.
To the NBA or the NFL?
Everything y'all saying is what I'm saying. It's now you finally got the Russell Wilsons of the world.
Yo, that's making the sound bank. That's making the sound bank. Everything y'all saying, I'm saying. Everything y'all saying, I'm saying. By the way, welcome into D-Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320. You can watch the show. We just kind of got into it because I know that was one of the last segments there that got out of that show. I guess Greeny took the day off. I don't know what that nonsense was. Twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, YouTube.com/ESPN 1320. We've got a chance for you to win $1,000 coming up in about 70 seconds. So woo, it's Friday.
It's Friday, baby. It's
Friday, 147 degrees outside.
Gosh, it's already blazing. My Alexa says 98, like right now. I just
Alexa lying to you. How you going to let Alexa lie to you like that?
It's crazy.
If it's anything below 147, man.
You know, the one thing
I'm saying.
One thing that gets lost in what Bart Scott is saying is, and I hate going here again. Once again, I'm like Drewski, but you're going to hear some crazy trade proposals for Ben Simmons. And it's going to be like, are y'all out of your damn mind? You're like, well, you know, if you trade Kyrie for Ben Simmons, that might make Ben Simmons need to be traded for maybe a starter. Maybe.
I got to there was a trade today. Boy, we really got this show going in a weird way. There was a trade today. Kemba Walker headed to the Oklahoma City Thunder along with another first-round draft pick for Sam Presti and OKC. Al Horford headed back to Boston. We'll talk about that. But first, hey!
Here comes the money.
It's the Summer of Cash contest. Here's your chance to win $1,000. Text the code word PLAY to 72881. That's play, as in D-Lo. Go and play that Brandon Marshall sound for me one more again.
Talking about because y'all talking about the NBA, everybody got guaranteed contracts, and
that's play to 72881. This is a multi-state contest. Message and data rates apply, and remember, don't text and drive.
False. They do. Searching this.
Chad Johnson is just baffled. Like, they do. What do you mean?
Everything y'all saying is what I'm saying.
That's my new favorite. I can't wait to drop that one in the middle of a Jason Jones conversation.
Everything y'all saying is what I'm saying.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Right there. Let's go. Jason Jones, by the way, coming up at 220. Right? Is it 220?
220.
Okay, 220.
Well, Leezy asked a question in here, and I got to ask you, genuine question. Do you think OKC is taking the right approach gathering these picks this way? They're tanking.
Well,
and somebody made the point. They're doing what Philly did. They're just not calling it the process. They're not outwardly saying we're tanking, but they want to be as bad as possible and get as many picks and as high picks as possible.
So what's the end result, though? This is I guess this is the part of tanking I don't understand. What's the end result? Is the end result to get back to where Oklahoma City used to be? As a matter of fact, is it to get back to where Oklahoma City was last year?
Bro, tanking and all this other stuff is nothing but it's nothing but a revised wish upon a star. That's
Here's
all it really is.
One, draft better than Philly did, because you can focus on the wins if you want to, but there's plenty of misses in there. And two, it should point this out, and we'll dive further into this. We haven't even gotten to game 6 last night. They could, depending on how next week goes, they could have 2 top 5 picks.
So that goes into something that I want to ask you. It's Friday. Let's talk about some hypotheticals that will probably never happen. But I thought this was a good one.
Oh, I like it.
This was a good one. It'll make some people think.
Okay, here's what we'll do. We'll actually start the show when we get back. We'll talk about game 6 last night. Giannis Antetokounmpo. I got to give some roses to James Harden again. Have no problem doing that, what he's out there trying to do. And it was Reggie Miller White, right? I don't think so. Well, maybe. We'll talk about it. You can get in on these phone lines too. 916-349-1320. You can also hit us at twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Another opportunity for you to win $1,000 coming up. And we'll just randomly play Brandon Marshall yelling about NBA contracts throughout the day. Here with D-Lo and KC on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. It's Friday. That means it's not just happy hour, but it's happy hour is immediately following the show. And it's going to be about 192 by the time the show ends, which means that ice cold bottle of McQueen and the Violet Fog gin I got is going to be perfect today. And we want to know about the recipes that you use with McQueen and the Violet Fog gin. Put together your recipe, tag us on Instagram at D-Lo and KC and at McQueen Violet Fog. And don't just share the recipe with us, snap a picture of it. We want to spread it all around the world. We want to spread the best McQueen and the Violet Fog gin recipes all over the world. It's the best gin you'll ever try. It's made in limited batches, 55 cases per distillation. It's what we mean when we say they don't make much, but what they do make is damn good. You can get yours at drizzly.com. You can have it delivered to you today. God knows you don't want to go out there in the heat, or you can run by your favorite store and pick it up. If you don't have it, no problem. Let us know. We'll get the re-up there at your favorite spot. After 500 years, it's time for a new gin. It's time for McQueen and the Violet Fog. KIFM reminds you, be responsible. Don't drink and drive. Already sweating like hell.
Jesse, when's the next one again? Okay.
209 repping. 209 repping.
Yo, Roddy got that too. That was funny.
Yeah. Yeah, I got it. And just try to play past it. That's all you could do. Nothing wrong with yellow, by the way, Reggie. Just calm down. Nothing wrong with yellow, Roddy.
I think this hypothetical gonna make some people think. I typically don't go down this road, but I was like, oh yeah, we gotta talk about this.
Richard don't chime in much, but when he does, that's facts. That's facts, Richard.
Oh man, hey, you already know what it is, man. Come on now, 55, man, 55.
Let's go.
It's pulling at me. There we go. Hey man, 55, man. It's the most popular Kings throwback of all time.
And that looked like the good one too.
it's a step below the good one. It ain't Mitchell and Ness.
Mitchell and Ness is always the money.
But something about the allure of Mitchell and Ness.
Y'all ain't never seen that Dope Ones, Jason Williams, did you?
Oh yeah, y'all gotta get. Dope Ones don't miss, man.
I got that one in the drawer. If I had known you was wearing that,
don't miss. This is what it is, man.
If I would have known you was wearing that, I probably would have cut the sleeves off it and then put it on.
That it had to be sleeveless today. It had to be. I took the sleeveless hoodie, or I had this. I had the AI from Georgetown. I was like, let me go with some J. Will, man.
We was out on the walk. It was 6:58. And I was like, what is going on right now?
Woo!
Hot as hell. All three of us were just like, I was walking around like a dog, like thick ass air.
It's crazy though. By Tuesday, it's going to be 82.
California knows how to party.
Next Sunday, back to 108. Wow.
And live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. I guess this is the official start of today's show. We welcome you and we appreciate you for being with us. Jason Jones going to join us coming up at 2:20. We'll hang out and talk with him about a crazy week in the NBA. Tyrese Halliburton getting all rookie nods. We'll talk to him about that as well, what he thinks about some of these things going on. We've got a trade in the NBA. Kemba Walker, a name who has been much talked about, headed back to Oklahoma City for Al Horford. I got a take on this trade. I hope Bryant West is listening. He's going to hate it. But I got something I'll throw your way.
Ooh,
let's start with Game 6 last night. Game 6 is giving us a Game 7. You said you thought the Bucks were going to win, and the Bucks did. They came out and won, not only won, but won in definitive fashion off the strength of Chris Middleton, his 38 points, 10 rebounds, 5 assists, and 5 steals. Man, what a game he had. Giannis Antetokounmpo, 30 and 17 for the big fella right there. They were ahead by enough that everybody just kind of waved the white flag in the last 5 minutes there, and the Bucks cruised to a victory. We've got a Game 7 this weekend.
Well, I mean, I just had a feeling that the Bucks were going to do enough to get it done and send it to Game 7. They did that. First, before I mention anybody having a good game, got to talk about Chris Middleton. Been hard on this guy for the last couple years about his performances in the playoffs, and it's been warranted. But in this series, a couple of different times he stepped up in a major way. Last night was no different. What a game. 38 points, 10 rebounds, 11 of 16 from the field, 5 of 8 from beyond the arc. What a performance by Chris Middleton. But also, it's time to put some respect on his name. You understand me? Put some respect on his name.
Okay.
Giannis Antetokounmpo. Don't sneeze at 30 points and 17 rebounds in a must-need Game 6. Don't sneeze at that. And the thing that I love the most, and that could unlock this entire series and then moving on, is Giannis 12 of 20 from the field, 0 of 0 from beyond the arc.
Giannis's 12 field goals Thursday night, 11 came in the paint. 10 were in the restricted area. I'm having trouble speaking today. His average field goal distance, 5.6 feet.
That's what I'm talking about.
He didn't get outside his comfort zone.
Stop playing like Giannis.
He felt so. The stat line, I mean, roughly, give or take a couple of points, give or take a couple of rebounds. The stat line from last night is roughly the same as the one a couple of nights ago in which the Bucks lost. And we posed the question, do we need to have a difficult conversation about Giannis? But is it wrong to think that Giannis's game yesterday felt different? We talked about the restricted area. We talked about, 11 of the 12 field goals coming inside the paint. He felt like he was being aggressive. It looked to me like when they had an opportunity to put Brooklyn away, when Brooklyn was cutting into that lead and they were attempting to put them away, to me, it felt like Giannis took the game over. Similar to what we've seen Kevin Durant do, similar to what we saw Kevin Durant do. Now, it wasn't in the spectacular fashion of, 30-foot threes or anything like that, but it was, I've got the ball in my hands. I'm taking it 75 feet. I'm going to be aggressive with the ball. I'm going to make sure my team wins or loses on my shoulders. And I didn't see that from him in the game prior, but I saw it from him last night. Stat line, roughly the same. Game looked very, very different to me from Giannis.
I saw it in game 5 too. Off the top of my head, I could look it up. He had 8 to 10 to 12 points in the fourth quarter in game 5. And he just fumbled the ball. I mean, the two plays we'll remember from that game from Giannis is him fumbling the ball from Middleton and him posting up and fading away on James Harden. That's what kind of sticks with him. But in the fourth quarter, he made some huge shots when the Nets were trying to come back in game 5. Game 6, he didn't really mess around, like you mentioned. He got to the cup. He made his free throws in the fourth quarter, and he was finishing around the rim. And that should be the blueprint for what Giannis's game is moving forward, just in general, in my opinion. I'm not saying completely eliminate the three-point shot, but I mean, him taking 8 3-pointers is almost criminal. I mean, that's absolutely ridiculous. It should never get that far. He should never take more than maybe 3 in a game and everything else. And he really even shouldn't be taking like mid-range jumpers. A lot of that stuff should be on the block. It should be dump offs for him to be a finisher, things of that nature. So, yeah, I think that's the way he needs to play night in and night out. That's the way he approached the game last night. Get his team to a game 7.
You talked about. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say real quick. This is why I say put some respect on his name. And I know, he's trying to get to another level, but in this series, for everything that we talk about with Giannis, he's averaging 30.5, 12.8 rebounds. Come on, man. Come on. 30.5 a night.
What's his free throw percentage?
He's shooting 40% from the free throw line. Shooting 57% from the field.
What's he shooting from the foul line?
40.
Oh.
I mean, I'm not going to
say it again. You want me to ask you one more time? Because isn't that the main concern? Isn't that what we're talking about with Ben Simmons?
Ben Simmons is a
no, I understand.
guard.
I understand, but we're talking about them missing free throws. We're not talking about Giannis being a good player. We're talking about Giannis being the player. No one's questioning whether Giannis is on that upper tier of players. We're questioning if Giannis is on that Kevin Durant, LeBron James tier. It's like LeBron. When you criticize LeBron, you're only criticizing him compared to Michael Jordan. You can't criticize him against another basketball player except for Michael Jordan. We're trying to move Giannis into that elite category. We're trying to move Giannis into that category that I think you and I are in agreement in. There are only 2 players in right now.
There's only 2 players in it right now. I'm also going to say this, and this is going to be blasphemous to some people. I'm not saying he's there yet, and that's who he is. Shaquille O'Neal was free throws. Shaquille O'Neal was terrible from the free throw line. Now, to that point, though, Damian, if D'Lo and KC was around in 1998, 1999, we'd probably be on Shaq for missing free throws and having these dominant lines and not being able to finish at the line. So, in all fairness, that's probably what would have been talked about before he won a championship. The same is being talked about right now with Giannis.
Chris Middleton, you mentioned the incredible game that he had yesterday, the 38-10, 5-5. He is the 5th player with such a stat line in a playoff game. Jimmy Butler, Gary Payton, Patrick Ewing, and Michael Jeffrey Jordan. Those are the other 4 players who have put up a 35-10, 5-5 plus stat line in a playoff game. The Bucks, they were hitting on all cylinders. The Nets, on the other hand, they looked a little tired. And why wouldn't they? Landry Shamet played 22 minutes. No other Brooklyn Net played more than 5. And those 5 minutes for a lot of those Brooklyn Nets came in garbage time. Steve Nash was running, which is still weird referencing him as a coach. Steve Nash was running a very, very limited lineup. We saw Giannis guard Kevin Durant for the first time in the fourth quarter.
He
It
absolutely did.
It was like for 2 possessions or something like that, 2 or 3 possessions.
Well, I don't want to diminish it. Got 2 stops on KD.
Absolutely.
And they took a lead from, I think it ended up was 9 or 11, took it about 15 to 17.
Yep.
Right there. It was a game changer.
No, I wasn't trying to diminish it.
Not you. I'm just speaking in general.
I was pointing it out because I think they had the idea of putting Giannis on Kevin Durant. As you mentioned right there, the lead ballooned back up, and they decided they didn't need to waste Giannis's energy on the defensive side of the ball with Kevin Durant anymore. And I think that stretch only went another 2.5 minutes before we got to the 5-minute mark. It was a little under the 5-minute mark, and the game was over. And I mean, it was called, like Harden, Kevin Durant, Giannis, everybody was on the bench, and it was kind of acknowledged this is a lead that we're not coming back from.
Yeah. I looked at Brooklyn last night as a group of guys that said, we're going to be here. We're going to hang tight, and we want to get it close in the fourth quarter to see if KD can bring it on home. Looked like there a couple of times in that third quarter that KD was lining up to bringing it on home. And they got it to 5 at one point. And it looked like that was their game plan. And when the Bucks finished the third quarter the way they did, started the fourth quarter the way they did, they were like, well, all right, not going to happen tonight. Let's get ready for game 7. I thought they folded their tents after that start of the fourth quarter and planned to get ready for game 4. So I felt like the Nets played like a team that knew they had game 7 in their back pocket all night, which they did.
Yeah. It's a dangerous game to play.
Well,
I guess when you got Kevin Durant on your team, by the way, I guess this is an appropriate time. Second game in a row, flowers to James Harden. James Harden is out there. You know, he's obviously hobbled. He actually looked better yesterday, moving up and down the floor than he did in the game prior. I think what's really going to be important for Brooklyn, especially if they're going to play such an incredible, if we're talking 6 or 7 guys getting real minutes here, really it's just 6 guys getting minutes here, and you're going to have Harden out there for an extended period of time. And you know, I don't know if 2 players have ever played 48 minutes, or at least in recent memory, I don't know if a player has ever played 48 minutes in 2 playoff games in the same series. But we may see that nod from Kevin Durant coming up this weekend if it calls for it. But I think one thing that's really important for Brooklyn, especially with that, you know, condensed lineup, is they've got to play the game slow. And I think the slower they play the game, the more it benefits James Harden, the more it benefits Kevin Durant, the more it benefits guys who are going to have to play 40 minutes in game 7. But James Harden, I think, has done a tremendous job. He's not my favorite player, but I'm not going to criticize him for being out there and doing everything he can to help his team. I wondered in the first half of game 5 if he was hurting his team, especially with the way that Jeff Green was playing. But every player, Steve Nash, same thing. And maybe this is winning cures all. Having him out there was a big deal. He was significantly more productive yesterday, at least on the offensive end. He was more productive. Felt like he got past Giannis Antetokounmpo a couple of times in the first half, but he deserves to be applauded for what he's doing here this season, this series, excuse me.
Yeah, he moved a lot better. He moved better. I wouldn't say a lot better. It's not like he's back but he couldn't get past the 3-point line in game 5. Like you said, he made a couple moves into the paint in game 6. But it's interesting, you know, we're spending a lot of time around each other here, Damon. It's interesting that you bring up Brooklyn slowing it down, because I was listening to some things, and I don't want to completely
ear to the street.
Ear to the street. And I don't want to completely jack other people's points here, but they made a great point. I want to bring it up. So the Nets, I think, like you mentioned, they're trying to slow it up. They're like, let's make this a half-court game. Let's slow it down because we got a guy that really can't run in James Harden. So we're not getting out on the break. In game 5, Milwaukee had 5 offensive rebounds. In game 6, they had 15 offensive rebounds. One of the things for that is I think Milwaukee typically gets back on defense before anything. So they don't really do some offensive rebounding. They just make sure they get back and stop other teams' fast break. In this particular case, stops Brooklyn's fast break. Well, if you know Brooklyn ain't running, what are you getting back for? Let's go pound the offensive glass and see if we can get some second chance points. And that's exactly what I thought they did in game 6. They were on the offensive boards, as I mentioned, 15 offensive boards, knowing that Brooklyn they're not trying to run. So if they get a rebound with you crashing the boards, they're not going to take advantage of that because Harden and all these guys are starting to walk it up. Because of that, I think it's going to be tough. I know the whole thing about the hamstring and sitting him, and he's got to play, continuous minutes because you don't want it to get cold.
Mm-hmm.
Get a goddamn Peloton out next to the bench or whatever. You got space right now.
It's not the same.
I understand, but Brooklyn can't win like that. They're not big enough to win a slow down game. And I say that saying, I think there needs to be some, and I'm not saying because he's the end all be all, he's the savior. He's just the other point guard. I think there should be some Mike James minutes in there instead of James Harden on game 7. Because how they played last night, especially if Joe Harris is going to continue to throw bricks the way he's been throwing bricks up all series long, they can't play in the half court with just Kevin Durant. They're not going to win that way. So in my opinion, if I'm Steve Nash, I'm not saying he's got to play 25 minutes, but maybe 10 minutes just to be like, hey, just to get Milwaukee off the boards like that. Because I think that's genuinely what happened. They're like, when Harden's in there, we ain't got to worry about a fast break. Let's go crash the boards. If anything, get them off the offensive boards, have Mike James come in there and look to push a couple times or whatever the case may be. Because to your point, with Harden in there, they're just walking it up every single time, giving Milwaukee, one of the best defensive teams in the league, an opportunity to set up their half-court defense.
Maybe you strategically place when you rest Harden.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Rest him before halftime.
Mm-hmm.
Get him as much minutes as you can there. I don't know, man. It's difficult. And if maybe he's ramping up. Maybe he could, because maybe he moves a little bit better on Saturday. But my guess is, honestly, that's not going to be the case because he keeps having to play. There also is fatigue involved. There's also the fact that we have no idea what he's going through just to get out there on the floor. Besides getting taped up, besides all of those different things, we have no idea everything that he's going through in the locker room before they even hit the court to be able to play a game. And we have no idea what he's going through after. There's only so much you could do to recover between games. There's only so much you could do to recover between games when you're already injured. And I think what we have from James Harden right now is about what we're going to have from James Harden for a while. The question is, I'll paraphrase the old Mick Foley line about intestinal fortitude. Can he dig down and can he hit instead of 5 of 9 shooting? Does that number wrap up? No one took double-digit shots for the Brooklyn Nets other than Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
I mean, guys took 9, but no one took double-digit shots besides KD, who was 15 to 30.
So here's the other thing. And once again, we're on the same page because you're mentioning the others. I'm going to look at both teams' others. Last night, Giannis, Middleton, Drew Holiday scored 89 of the 104 points. I think in game 7, you can expect Giannis to have 30. I'm willing to say that. I think he's going to have 30. The man's averaging 30 for the series. Drew Holiday, 21. I'm not going to say you can expect that. I'm going to say anywhere between 17 to 21. Chris Middleton may have a really good game. I can't expect him to have 38. Who in Milwaukee going to step up? Who's going to step up? They basically played 6 guys last night. They scored what's that? 15 points outside of the top 3. Who's going to step up for Milwaukee on the road to bring home a game 7? Now on the flip side, like you mentioned with Kevin Durant and the Nets, who's going to step up for them? James Harden had 16. Kevin Durant had 32. He took 30 shots or whatever the case may be. They need somebody else.
Well, they need your lethal weapon, Joe Harris, to be a lethal weapon.
And I can't, to be honest with you, I can't rely on that.
No.
Not the way he's been playing.
But at the same time, in no way, shape, or form diminishing what Kevin Durant did a couple of nights ago, Jeff Green had a monster game.
Absolutely.
Jeff Green had 5 points last night.
Well,
now there's the old sports cliche. Well, the role players play better at home than they do on the road. Where's the game tomorrow?
It's in Brooklyn.
All right, so maybe this is where you get the Jeff Greens back, because you don't need Jeff Green to go for, what was it the other night, like 27?
Yeah.
But would you like him 12 to 15? If you get Jeff Green 20 plus, they're winning in my estimation. But if you can get Jeff Green or Joe Harris in the 15 to 17 range, that's probably what you need.
Between Jeff Green, Blake Griffin, and Joe Harris, I probably need 25 to 30 points from them combined. 25 to 30.
I think he got 26 last night.
Yeah, last night was a 17-26.
You're going to need more than that.
Gonna need 30.
Going to need more than that. Well, you're going to need more than that, but also which version of James Harden you're going to get? Because James Harden had, 3 the other night?
Mm-hmm.
And so you were able to make up with that with Jeff Green and the other guys that played really well.
Right. And I say 25 to 30 from those guys.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at what the Bucks did, and I'm like, well, I don't know if I'm gonna get 104 from them. I got 89 from those 3 guys, and Middleton had a career night. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If Middleton might have a really good game. He might have 27. In game 7. That's a really good game. That's nothing to sneeze at.
Mm-hmm.
That's 11 points less than what he had last night.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not expecting 38 from Middleton. I'm not even sure if I'm expecting 21 from Holiday. And they're only playing 7 guys right now. And none of them are stepping up. They ain't been stepping up all series long. So with all that said, Damian.
Landry Shamet, you can't play 22 minutes and get up 2 shots. Plus you're making Freeport money. Like, get out there. Yeah. Like, you got to get more from him.
Yeah.
But again, and I have to keep echoing this. He'll play better in Brooklyn. It's just how much better.
I know. At least
that's what I'm told from sports analysts.
I know I sound crazy hyping this guy up that way. I would take.
Go ahead.
Maybe
Mike James. Go ahead.
I would take 8 of those Shamet minutes and give them to Mike James.
Yeah.
Like 22 for Shamet, and he's not hitting.
Yeah.
I only say that because Mike James can create you something. That's another guy that can create. That's not standing around waiting for KD or maybe even Harden to create for him. Mike James can get his shot. He can get in transition and do something. So Shamet's not that guy. I ain't saying bench Shamet, but I'm saying, man, some of those minutes, maybe I look for Mike James out there.
What the hell happened to Bruce Brown?
Ever since he missed that left hand layup.
Hanging out with Coffee Boy, like ever since, like he was like a big factor, and he was gonna be this X factor in the whole conversation. No, not really.
Yeah,
not really.
Bruce Brown is he's the definition of the others playing well at home and not as much on the road. Because I don't know what his point total was, but I remember he had a couple of moments in game 5 where he flexing on him and all this other stuff. He did absolutely nothing last night. He only had 2 points. The one time I saw him flex, that was his only points on Tuesday.
Jeez. Should the Nets have taken Reggie Miller's advice? Should Kevin Durant and obviously hindsight is everything. You can frame this however you want to, but should James Harden and Kevin Durant had rested?
No. One thing that I do,
would you feel any different if they had rested and lost going into Game 7? Would you feel any more confident in Brooklyn had Kevin Durant and James Harden not played?
No, because their issues are still their issues. I don't know if they have enough. To be honest with you, Milwaukee should win on Saturday. I know it's in Brooklyn and all this other stuff. They should win. You can make the argument Milwaukee's the healthiest team left in the playoffs. Them or Phoenix, and they should win. They should beat a hobbled Nets team. The thing about it though is, I look at what Brooklyn did in Game 6, and your point about fatigue with James Harden is a good point. But I'll also say this: maybe he needed gameplay to get more back in rhythm. You know what I'm saying? Like we both agreed he looked a little better. He looked a little bit of that rust got taken off from what was in Game 5, and maybe he needed to play. The last thing he needs is to sit out some more and get more reps. So him playing may benefit him in game 7, where he might be. He's not going to be fully back, but he's going to be a little bit more in rhythm than he was in game 5 and game 6.
He's back. He's not back. 916-349-1320. You want to get in on the conversation, you can watch along on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. How many more game 7s will we have? Well, we'll find out tonight. We certainly got one, and we've got some great game 6s ahead.
No, I was just going to say, we got to get to this question. I'm not normally this excited about a question. This is a damn good question here. This is a damn good hypothetical. I want to know what
you're hypothetical. Oh, yeah. That's right. Okay.
I want to know what you got to say, and I want to know what the people got to say about this one. This
Kenny's
is
hypothetical. I'm just jotting this down so I don't forget it. Kenny's hypothetical.
This is almost the definition of a hypothetical because it ain't happening. But I want to know. I want to know where you guys' minds are.
You got me interested. You got me intrigued. You got me, as my partner once said, tantalized. Also, would you like to hear what Bart Scott said about De'Aaron Fox?
Hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah.
Jesse pulled the sound. We've got it for you. The brilliance of Bart Scott. Coming up. Plus, it's hashtag trade season, baby. We'll talk about Kemba Walker. We'll talk about Al Horford. We'll talk about the deal that Oklahoma City and the Boston Celtics have made, and what I think about those two particular players as they pertain to your Sacramento Kings. That's all coming up here as D'Lo and Casey continue. Plus, we got another chance for you to win $1,000. We got Jason Jones coming to hang out with us at 2:20. It's going down, baby. It's D'Lo and Casey on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Did you guys see that fight that's been circulating on the internet tonight about the husband coming to?
Oh yeah. So I didn't I didn't see it until Chris texted me and said, "Did you see Kurt Angle was trending?" And I went and looked at it, and I was like, I laughed. I was like, "This is great." So and then someone tweeted, someone tweeted, "Pick your fighter." And it was the Suns guy and that guy.
You see Suns guy. So Suns guy got like a ticket to game 1 and his autographed jersey. It's maybe this is something we could ask on the show. Is that a good thing? I only say it might be because it didn't seem like he started the whole thing, or he didn't perpetuate it.
So I was really pissed at the way ESPN pushed the article out. And I thought the way that Zach Lowe framed it was foul because it left out a really, really important part. And that's the dude defended himself. Now, when you defend yourself, maybe you could argue whether you defend yourself, you hit the guy once. He chose to make sure this dude wasn't going to swing at him again. And he just started throwing punches repeatedly. But he didn't start it. He didn't swing at the dude. And so I thought the way that the article was framed was misleading and unfair. When you frame it in its full, I don't know. When you frame it in its full context, I'm fine with it. I don't care.
Now, I will say this. Judging by his whole energy, I could be completely wrong. Judging by his whole energy, he might have started the altercation. I wouldn't be surprised if he started
Suns
the
guy?
altercation. Yeah.
Suns guy might have. Well, I don't know, man. Nuggets crew look like some little bitches, if you ask me. Like they looked very punchable. Like you could just lay it in on them. Like
So I think about it like this. What would they have done to start that? It's more plausible to me.
Team's trash, bro. I don't know.
It's more plausible to me. Phoenix is kicking their ass. Phoenix and 4 guy is turning around talking crazy. Talking his talk. And then maybe Nuggets fan was like, yo, shut the hell up. And then that's how it all started. Now, the actual fight that we saw, he wasn't throwing no punches until something got thrown at him. So that's kind of what happened there. But
well, I mean, if you're in 2 different jerseys and you're talking trash, it's talking trash, right? But when someone swings at you, it's different.
It's on. Suplex City.
Jeez. Man.
Oh man.
Oh, bro, versus
Yeah, I need your recap. I need your post game coverage on that one. That's hilarious.
That's a great question right there. Like, do you think you even stand a shot when you do that? Like, because it's a cold world.
I think that's how most fights are started.
Wait a minute, is this real? I didn't see that. Oh, I need to see that. Can you tag me in it? Can anybody please tag me in it? I need to see this. I need to see this. Oh man. You know what's funny? My man Jerry Trabow said Lakers fan could catch this fade, and I realized, God damn it, I gotta text my barber.
Friday is shave.
I gotta catch my fade.
Shave, get clean for the weekend. Maybe you'll catch me on a Saturday doing it, but yeah.
I saw Cheryl in Elk Grove. Was Cheryl out on the sea?
She in Boston right now.
Oh, the hell was I looking at? I thought she was on a boat somewhere. Maybe she lied to you. Play Nintendo with Caesar Leo.
Check. D-Lo and KC on a Friday. We getting up them words that y'all like to say. Like, winners win and we win. We do everything, but we get tens.
Okay.
I'm not a freestyle artist. I'm like Sweetie.
I noticed.
She's not a freestyle artist. You ever heard her freestyle?
Who?
Sweetie.
No, so you know what the thing is? I actually think freestyling for the most part is fraud.
Today especially.
Because I heard you know that you ever hear that Biggie joint? I got 7 Mac 11s, about 8 38s, 9 10s. Did you ever hear that?
Mm-mm.
Okay, so it's always framed as a Biggie freestyle. But I heard Biggie do it like 10 times. So at what point is it not a freestyle anymore? Because I heard, yo, we in here with Sway. We in here with Sway. Biggie dropping on him. Okay, I got 7 Mac 11s, about 8 38s, 9 9s. And then he does the joint with Tupac. Let's go. It's Pac. It's Big. I got 7 Mac 11s. Up like, wait, what? Wait. That ain't a freestyle. What is that?
I remember when
you're rapping the same lyrics over just a different beat.
I remember when Dipset was in the basement and Cam was on the mic for his freestyle session, and Jimmy and Jewels were emphasizing the ad libs, like emphasizing the bar. So wait a minute, how are they emphasizing the bar if this is supposed to be a freestyle? How do they know?
How do y'all know what's coming next? Like, how do they know it's that old Michael Jordan line? How does he know?
Yeah,
they're that skilled.
But don't get it twisted. There is no Dipset slander on this.
Oh no, and it absolutely ain't no Biggie slander.
Absolutely not. But yeah, we see what's up.
Essentially, what I'm saying is not all freestyles are free.
Right.
Some of them are paid for. Those joints are written down.
I'm fully convinced. Well, I mean,
it doesn't sound good. KC, go ahead and drop that premeditated style.
There are some guys. I mean, I think a lot of guys freestyle and do what they do. There's moments like when you get a J. Cole on the LA Lakers joint, where he's talking about things in his point of view at the time.
Yeah.
And what he's talking about.
They'll say, yo,
so.
Talk about that bamboo.
Right.
Yo, talk about that Luke Belair. Like, and then, you know, guys are hitting it live.
Yeah.
Hey, man, Biggie, talk about guns. Oh, I got the perfect one.
Manny, watch yourself. You're almost in a 5
Ramsey. Careful.
5-minute timeout.
Ramsey, be on the lookout for the serial connection. If you gotta mute him. Twitch.tv, you get 5 minutes. You know the rules. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320. You'll get sent to the penalty box quick. As a matter of fact, speaking of the penalty box, let's listen to what Bart Scott thinks about De'Aaron Fox.
Oh God.
You trade Ben Simmons to Sacramento for De'Aaron Fox.
De'Aaron Fox, I would do that. You know
what I'm saying? De'Aaron Fox is not happy there.
Oh, word. Oh, Oh, okay. Wow, Bart Scott, breaking news from the ESPN studios.
Man, De'Aaron Fox, 25, 3, and 7 assists. I mean, I think that's an even swap, and I think it's an upgrade because now you have an offensively minded point guard that can get wherever he wants, and he hates Sacramento too.
Oh, he hates Sacramento. How do you go? Yo, how do you go? How do you go from it's an even swap to it's somebody?
Man, De'Aaron Fox, 25, 3, and 7 assists. I mean, I think that's an even swap, and I think it's an upgrade because now you have an offensive.
Kids, you too can make millions of dollars a year by saying things like it's an even swap. Actually, it's an upgrade.
Yeah.
Well, which is it?
Even swap for who? For who? How is Sacramento getting better in this whole deal?
Let's check in with Bart Scott and his thought on the Sacramento Kings.
If Vadi still running that, he should have been fired, man. Vadi Divas, I don't know what type of naked pictures or some type of inappropriate things he got on them, man. But him and Matt Millen, some people I just don't understand in sports.
Wait a minute, is Matt Millen still employed too? Does Bart Scott think Matt Millen is? Roger, hey, this is no laughing matter. Roger, y'all might want to run a scan on Bart Scott. Because if he thinks Matt Millen is still employed, he thinks Vlade's still employed. We got some problems here.
Come on, man. And look, I'm not stalling out. Who you do the show with?
I don't even know. Who was that? Jesse, can you check in and find out who that was?
Because he up here.
No.
Hey, Damien, if you did something like that, I would not let you go on.
You better bust my ass.
I was like, bro. You know Vadi not there. But the other dude.
Would you trade Ben Simmons to Sacramento for De'Aaron Fox?
De'Aaron Fox, I would do that.
Yeah, of course you would.
You know what I'm saying, De'Aaron?
Yes, everybody would. Better question is, who wouldn't?
Come on, man.
Who wouldn't? Who goes, nah. Nah, I'm good. It's that dude that just got out of jail. Well, at least that dude just got out of jail. He don't know what the hell is going on.
Excuse me?
Chris Carlin is the dude. This is fascinating. This shows you how ridiculous sports radio is, especially in New York. Chris Carlin went to jail for like was it like some sort of like elaborate like ticket scalping plan or something like that? Lost his job in New York, went to jail, got out of jail, got his job back in the biggest sports market in the biggest market in the country, and his response was, y'all can be mad at me if you want to. You had all these years to get better and you didn't. Chris Carlin is the poster child.
I was about to say, do I even have to ask?
No, you don't. He is the poster child for white privilege in sports media.
Jeez.
Like, Chris Carlin really believes it's because he's good that he's gotten this job, not because his boy, who's in charge of that station now in New York, felt a little bit more comfortable with him and thought, let me go ahead and hire a convicted felon. And so at least I'll at least stall him out. He was in jail. He don't know what the hell's going on.
Well, I'm not going to be like Chris Carlin.
I don't want you to go to jail.
Help you out because Jesse says it's the wrong guy that you're talking about.
Oh, it's not Chris Carlin? Okay. Well, who the hell is Chris Carlin? Who the hell is the other guy? Isn't that what Craig Carlton is? They're literally the same exact name. You tell me
he got out of jail and changed his name.
There's a Craig Carlton and a Chris Carlton, and they both work at the same radio station.
Cliff Paul,
in the same city. The hell?
That's a Cliff Paul situation. I'm gonna need to see both of these guys in the same place at the same time. Absolutely.
Spectacular. So what's his excuse? Was he in jail with Craig?
Now he has no excuse.
Now he has no excuse. He's just like, yeah, let's go. Let's do that.
Yeah, De'Aaron Fox, 25, 3, and 7 assists. I mean, I think that's an even swap, and I think it's an upgrade because now you have an offensively minded point guard that can get wherever he wants, and he hates Sacramento too.
Wow. This guy said he hates Sacramento too. Yo, somebody get this clip to De'Aaron. I just want to see what De'Aaron's reaction is here, man. Somebody get this clip to De'Aaron. hell, I got a platform. If we just throwing anything out there, I heard Kyrie hates Brooklyn. Yeah,
Kyrie.
I heard that. Who else can I have? Let's see. I heard Donovan hates Utah.
I heard. Wait a minute. Which one's the poster? Now I need to know which one's the poster child for white privilege again? That's Craig Carton and Chris Carlin. God bless it. Spectacular. Roddy, look, our sources say LeBron is fed up with the Lakers.
Yeah, LeBron hates LA.
He's always been a big fan of the state capitol. I heard.
Facts.
I heard, because we can just go on the radio and spout out stuff.
Hey, if you traded LeBron for Buddy Hield, it's an even swap.
It's actually an upgrade. It's an even swap. It's an upgrade. Same thing. See, look, Buddy Hield for Dame Lillard. Even swap.
Bang. Even swap. Bang. I look, man, I ain't hating on nobody getting a job, but I'll just say this. They got to stop putting these ex-football players in positions to be saying something stupid like that. If you want to keep them on NFL Live or do your little NFL show, let them do that. But you can't have him out here talking about NBA basketball to the masses.
Absolute craziness, man.
I ain't saying the man should lose his job. I'm just saying stop putting him in that position where he got to talk about things that he clearly has no idea what he's talking about.
Put him on Get Up at 5:13 in the morning and let the man talk about Aaron Rodgers. Let him do it. You won't believe it. You won't believe it. That was not the lead on Get Up this morning.
What?
They actually led with Game 6.
Wow.
Aaron Rodgers was the second segment.
I'm about to say, tell me what's in the second segment. Bro, how you gonna have Aaron Rodgers? They're not even that. They playing with us now. Matter of fact, they're listening to you, Damian.
Aaron Rodgers.
They're listening to D-Lo and KC, and they're doing this on purpose now.
Oh man.
They got these.
Wait a minute. Wait. Hold on. Where did this message go? It was Leezy. Leezy said, I heard Kawhi is done with the Clippers. He's done with he's done with Donald Sterling. He's sick of Donald Sterling and he wants out of the Los Angeles Clippers.
That's the next level to this one. Yeah, LeBron, he wants out of LA. He's tired of Mitch Kupchak. He's tired. Matter of fact, De'Aaron wants.
All right, man. Body divas. I don't know what type of naked pictures or some type of inappropriate things he got on them, man. But him and Matt Millen, some people I just don't understand.
There we go. All
yeah.
right.
I don't know how Jeff still has a job.
Yeah,
he must have naked pictures of the Maloose.
I wonder if earlier in the day he was talking about Danny Ainge making that deal with the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Nah, bro. Bart Scott got to get roasted for this, man. He got to. He really got to. That's.
It's not like it was a Craig Carlton, Chris Carlin situation or Chris Carlison.
No, the guys that you're talking about, like that's inside radio business. These guys, Buddy Devonts and De'Aaron Fox are on your TV every day. How do you get that wrong?
Well, De'Aaron Fox hates Sacramento. That's what, according to Bart Scott, Kings insider Bart Scott. Watch out, James Ham. Watch out, James Ham. Let's, you know what? As a matter of fact, let's call off the weekly with James Ham and let's get Bart Scott on here. Apparently, he's tuned into what's going on with the Sacramento Kings. You're listening to D-Lo and KC as if there was any question on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove, Dodges, Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barlin. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320, and your chance to win $1,000 coming up 10 minutes from right now.
I got a tweet from Bart Scott's Twitter account. It says, De'Aaron Fox does hate Sacramento. He's fed up with Bill Russell as the head
coach. He said he can't play with DeMarcus Cousins.
Bart Scott says that De'Aaron Fox is not playing with Reggie Theus.
He did rave about Wayman Tisdale's locker room leadership, though. And he hopes to convince Billy Owens to come. So this is the beginning. This is the beginning of a new bit. It's called Well, Bart Scott said. Here's what Bart Scott said. He told me He told me it was Chris Carlin, not Craig Carton. That's what Bart Scott told me. Oh man, can you tell me? All right. Can you tell me about this hypothetical that you had? Hypothetically, if De'Aaron Fox and DeMarcus Cousins got along, everything would be fine. Somebody should follow it up. Bart, how is Ben Simmons going to play with Lionel Simmons? Will there be confusion with the jerseys? How is that going to work? Do we now have the L train and the B train?
Oh, man, that's just embarrassing.
I mean, it's Spud Webb's a great backup point guard. What are you talking about?
Kings have a great foundation with Fox and Tiny Archibald together in the backcourt. Oh man. Okay. So,
oh man.
Typically with these hypotheticals, I'm not even going to act above it. I like hypotheticals. It's all good. It's all fun. We're on the air 4 hours a day to talk about stuff. I'm on Twitter all the time talking about hypotheticals, and there's times and I'm like, I mean, this is just a little crazy. I'm not really getting into this nonsense. This is a little crazy, but I'm getting into this nonsense. So I went to one of my favorite accounts, and well, I didn't go to it, but I saw it come across my timeline. Kyle Guy's Burner. Shout out to them. And they literally are. They're like University of Virginia fans who love Kyle Guy.
Yeah.
And they
I think they hit us up one time after we posted
they were
some
like,
Kyle Guy
like,
stuff.
yo, that's dope that you guys are talking about Kyle. We hope he succeeds out there. I was like, that's what's up. But they came up with a crazy little hypotheticals because you talked about OKC, the trade they made. They have an opportunity, like you mentioned, to get 2 top 5 picks if the ping pong balls bounce the right way. They could get like the number 3 and the number 5 pick. And they asked the question, if the Kings got the number 1 pick and the Thunder got 3rd and 5th, what would you do? Draft Cade or trade the first for 3 and 5?
Draft Cade.
I thought that was pretty damn. We're talking about
It's interesting. No. I'm not trying to shit. It's interesting.
People are saying that these top 5 are franchise changers.
Mm-hmm.
Cade may be the best, but they're saying all 5 are franchise changers.
Okay,
and you can get 2 of them.
Okay, what would you do? No, you know what? I don't give a damn. What would Bart Scott do? What would Bart Scott do in this situation?
He would draft Shaquille O'Neal.
He would trade all 3 picks for Aaron Rodgers. That's what I think Bart Scott would do. You can have the 1, the 3, and the 5, and you get Aaron Rodgers.
Yo, I said a lot of times. I was talking to my man Elijah. Shout out to E Hicks. He's always listening to the show, and he knows. And we both love Jalen Green a whole lot, right? We love Jalen Green. And I remember he asked me one time. He was like, "If you had the number 1 pick, as much as we love Jalen Green, would you draft him with the number 1 pick?" And I was like, "Man, I don't think I got the guts to not take Cade. I don't think I have the guts to just walk past that." But 3 and 5, we got Brian Wesson here, and I think it's him or it's Brendan Nunez, HBK. They love Evan Mobley. I don't really love Evan Mobley as much as they do. I got my questions. Once again, I'm just looking like Drewski here. But if you could get Jalen Suggs and Evan Mobley, you mean to tell me that's not as good as getting Cade Cunningham when you already have Tyrese Halliburton, when you already have De'Aaron Fox?
So what would you do? You're presenting like you look like you're playing me. You're going, I'm just asking questions. Trying to get out of answering the question. That's what I say when I'm trying to get answered. I'm just asking. That's all I do. What would you do? Here's the question. Here's the question. So I see Bryant West saying Mobley is locked at number 2. I assume that means Cade Cunningham is locked at number 1. Mm-hmm. Is this a situation where it's Cade 1 and Mobley 2, and then like everybody, then there's like the next tier. And I think, talking to James Ham yesterday, the next tier is 3, 4, 5. Mm-hmm. And then you have the tier after that. Not that different then. And feel me, Markelle Fultz, Lonzo Ball, and then 3 through 5. And who was 3 through 5? Well, Jason Tatum was in there. De'Aaron Fox was in there. I mean, so is that how definitive we are with this draft class, or is it a little more?
I think that's how it's going to go. I don't think Evan Mobley's the second best player in that draft. That's just my opinion, but I think that's how it's going to go. But just say they are locked in at 1 and 2. That means at 3 and 5, you're probably getting Jalen Suggs and Kuminga as opposed to having Cade. To answer your question, I think I would just take Cade Cunningham.
Bryant West is demanding to know what the other two teams are doing in this situation.
I think Suggs will go 3, Jalen Green goes 4, and Kuminga goes 5. I think that's how it goes, no matter what the teams are in that situation. And just for argument's sake, let's say that's what it is. Suggs 3, Green 4, Kuminga 5. So you'd be getting Suggs and Kuminga.
Jesse, you got Bryant's number. Look to see if you have it, and we'll just call him here for a second and get his thoughts on it.
I think I'd stay with Cade. I do. I think I would, but damn, man, damn.
How much of the clock
is because I'm not as sold on Kuminga as everybody else is. I think Kuminga is a physical specimen. I don't know how good of a basketball player he is.
Okay.
Wow.
How much of that clock would you use to get how much of that clock would you use before you turned in that card with the name on it?
All of it. Because I want to get my heart, man. I love Jalen Green. I love Jalen Green more than probably I like Suggs, to be honest with you. And Suggs is dope. Suggs can that boy's bad.
You spent an entire season talking about him.
Yeah. No. Well, I talked about Green. Suggs.
You talked about Jalen Green. That's right. You spent
a bad boy. I don't mean that as no shade to Suggs, man. That boy can go, but I'm big on Jalen Green. The one thing that does worry me about Jalen Green at this point in his career is, or like kind of trying to map it out, is I don't know how much bigger he's going to get. I wonder if his size is going to end up being an issue. Like he probably has a point guard's body, but he's really like a shooting guard. He's almost like Malik Monk. But I love Jalen Green.
You're excited for the draft.
I'm getting hyped up, man, because should I mention it now? Should I mention it today? I saw somebody that I really like.
Oh, Lord. You've been watching tape already?
Oh, yeah. I got to get ready.
By tape, I mean YouTube. But
I got to get ready.
Okay.
It's not just the highlights. So I'm breaking these guys down.
I remember you mentioned it. So this is a potential 8 spot where this is potential where the Kings are. Spot, yeah. I want
one of the drafts to this guy.
I want to hear, but we got Bryant West, the draft analyst, Kings Herald. What do you think? What would you do here, Bryant, with this? You could take 1 or 3 and 5.
In a vacuum, I take 1, and then taking Cade Cunningham, and I'm running to the podium. It's an easy choice for me. If I know for sure that Evan Mobley's going to be at 3, and then so one of the other guys is going to be there at 5, then I at least have to hesitate. But I think of Evan Green in the same tier that Kenny thinks of Jalen Green. So that is that kind of hesitation only in, well, I kind of like this player almost as much, but in the end, like just take the guy you know for sure.
Bryant, hold that thought, KC. Bryant, don't go anywhere. I'm gonna give away some money here real quick. Let me get our little Shane O'Mac sounder. Yeah.
Here comes the money.
It's the Summer of Cash contest. Here's your chance to win $1,000. Text the code word STUNT to 72881. That's STUNT.
That's a stunt.
That's it. 72881. This is the multi-state contest. Message and data rates apply. And remember, don't text and drive. Your next opportunity to win $1,000 coming 1 hour from now as we bring Bryant West back in here into the conversation. Go ahead, KC.
So, Bryant, I just wanted to ask you if you have the same thoughts as me. If you felt better about Kuminga and you thought that he would be a better basketball player than what I'm predicting he might end up being, would that change your mind? Even if Evan Mobley was going to, and say we thought Kuminga was as good as any small forward to come out in the last 5 seasons, would you go sub Kuminga instead of K Cunningham?
If I believed in Kuminga a lot more than I did, then I'd certainly see the argument. But I think you and I have the same problem with Kuminga. The more and more tape I watch on him, I feel like he's a lot more raw of a player than the hype surrounding him is. I think he's a lot more of a physical talent than an actual basketball talent at this point, which isn't to say that he can't become a very good player in the league in a couple of years. But no, not when the option is Cade or somebody plus Kuminga. No, I'm taking Cade right now, easy.
Okay. All right, Bryant, we appreciate you, man. I know we're going to be talking to you a lot more. I think I have some thoughts on the Kemba Walker, Al Horford deal that I think are going to infuriate you. So I'm looking forward to sharing those in a couple minutes as well.
Real quick while we have Bryant, I gotta get his thoughts. I'm gonna go the guy in the caught my eye. Right?
Oh, let's go. Okay.
I gotta get his thoughts. Keon Johnson.
Oh, that is not who I would have expected you to say. Very much not.
I liked what I saw from Keon Johnson. The more I looked at him, his intensity. I think everything that people talk about with Scotty Brooks is what you would get in Keon Johnson. I think Keon is a little better than Scotty Brooks.
Well, I watched a bunch of Tennessee tape last week. Brendan and I did for the King's Bolt podcast, and I gotta say, man, those high intensity defenders with just hints of offensive upside. They're the type of guy I normally am a big fan of. I was a massive fan of Isaac Okoro last year, and I just gotta say, I just don't see it in Keon Johnson. I think he's still really figuring out what he can do on the offensive end. I do love his defensive intensity. Lord knows Sacramento needs as many high-end defenders as possible, but I think he's a lot more raw than you do, clearly, and I just don't know what he's going to be on offense at the next level. I don't buy his shot at all. So you and I are going to be pretty far apart in our evaluation.
I like Keon, man. I like
it'll be fun as draft season is here. Bryant West, the King's Herald. Bryant, thanks for joining us, man. Look forward to talking to you again soon. And I'll unveil my thoughts on the Kemba Walker, Al Horford deal, the Oklahoma City Thunder, the Boston Celtics, that I'm confident you're going to hate. We'll talk about that. Trade season is here early. Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Here comes the money.
Let me go check on my son real quick.
Yeah, it's just the stream that sounds like hell, man. We're trying. I'll get it dealt with. Or I take that back. I'll attempt to get it dealt with. Like, good. Yeah, I think he tried to. Nah, it wasn't Bryant. That's us. That's 100% us. I think I was trying to get Kenny's Comrex to feed the sound instead of it. Just I asked Jonathan to try something and it didn't work like I thought, and I don't think he ever undid it. And I think that's what happened. That's why it's just Kenny's audio and not mine. That's cool. Yeah, no, it's all good, Brian. That was meant to be short, and it's 100% not you. It's the way something is configured in the studio that it's just one of those things we deal with, man. We'll try to get that addressed. Go to thedopeones.com today. Get your D-Lo and Casey gear for 21% off. You heard that right. 21% off. Use the promo code June21. June 21. I got a Bo Jackson tee, a Sack is Dope tee. I got a Keep Going Tri Blend. I got a Rap Kings hoodie. I got a For the People long sleeve. I got a Bo hoodie. I got an Aaliyah crew neck. I got an Aaliyah t-shirt. I got the Bundy and Sincere hoodie.
I gotta get Aaliyah. I gotta
punk
get
ass dope ones. Spend all that.
I gotta get Aaliyah. I gotta get a Sack is Dope joint.
Yep.
I need one other thing on there too.
Yeah.
I kind of want that mic.
The truth is, which one?
Michael Jordan that he was doing the other day.
Oh, yeah.
I was liking that.
I had put off. I think I had my eye on so many things, and I just wound up doing one big order. Woo! We got that new D-Lo and KC dad hat coming. Let's go.
Ooh, you know I'm big on the dad hat. There was a time in my life I was like, I'm not wearing no stupid dad hat. I got like 10 of those things now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a dad. Maybe that's why.
Probably. You're single dad. Jazz left you after you didn't paint right. Someone tagged us when James Ham finds out Bart Scott has more sources than him. Bart Scott, Rashawn Holmes is gone. No way he can coexist with Scott Pollard. Oh man, shout out to Joseph who tagged me in the who tagged us in the video. Oh yeah, these dudes look like douchebags. This fool's nose is all busted open.
Who is this?
Them dudes who got beat up. And did he
they making a video?
Yeah, let me tag you in it. Hang on. I don't know why I'm saying hang on as if you're going somewhere. Oh, that's spectacular. Yeah, goddamn battle wounds, fam. Goddamn battle wounds, fam. All right, another chance to win $1,000 coming up. 10 minutes past the hour. Jason Jones, that's priceless. He's coming up at 2:20, and you can jump in anytime you want to. We just talked to Bryant West of the King's Herald. Impromptu conversation about a hypothetical that Kenny Caraway proposed. That's the word I was looking for. 916-349-1320.
The hypothetical was.
Casey's watching internet videos.
Yeah, well,
it's my fault. I tagged them in one. And I was like, I lost.
You distracted me. But I'm back. I'm here.
It's okay.
The hypothetical was, shout out to my people over at Kyle Guy's Burner. That's the account I got this from. And they said, quite simply, and when I'm reading verbatim, if the Kings get the number 1 pick and the Thunder get the 3rd and 5th pick, what would you do? A, draft Cade Cunningham at number 1, or trade that first pick for the 3rd and the 5th pick? I think I decided I would keep the pick.
Yeah, Cade Cunningham. But it hurts you. It hurts you to do it.
Jalen Green could be right here. Jalen Green signed with Adidas. I wasn't a fan of that, but
no good.
Yeah, not good at all. But
can I mention something that I think is funny? Is for a few weeks, 3-4 weeks, maybe longer, but certainly since the end of the season. Maybe before the end of the season, it felt like the gear switched a little bit. Like when they had it felt like a real opportunity. I guess it was a real opportunity to make the play-in if things had gone well against San Antonio and all of that stuff. Mm-hmm. But it felt like for a long time we were talking about the last thing the Kings need is another young player. Mm-hmm. Now, obviously, Cade Cunningham is different, but in this hypothetical, now we're talking about adding 2 more young players, not just one. You know what the Kings don't? Kings don't need another young player. They need 2 of them. That's what we need. We need the 3 and the 5. Let's go get it. I had the number. I don't know if I wrote it in here. Yep. 18 first-round draft picks in the next 7 drafts. I don't even know how that's possible.
Yeah.
18 first-round picks in the next 7 drafts for Sam Presti and the Oklahoma City Thunder. Now, you can call this tanking if you want to. You can call it a reformed version of the process. You could do all of that. But you bet not miss. Because you had Markelle Fultz and you had, you had some strong. Was Jahlil Okafor a Sixers pick?
Yep.
You had some misses in the process. Mm-hmm. And right now, prisoner of the moment, it feels like Ben Simmons is a miss. Feels like you're going to have to do something with Ben Simmons. Mm-hmm. And it's like we were talking about yesterday. Right now, as it stands, The process is Joel Embiid and nothing else. And Joel Embiid probably only fell to you because of the injury coming out of college.
Right. He was going to.
You might not have got him.
Yeah, he was definitely going to be the number one pick in the draft. The other thing, and I'm trying to get an accurate look. I saw it earlier into the picks that they have.
Oh,
the picks that OKC has. So
okay.
Here's the thing about it is, like, it's cool to accumulate all these picks or whatever the case may be, but they have things this year like Miami's first round pick. That was a playoff team. That's not a lottery pick.
Mm-hmm.
Boston playoff team, not a lottery pick. Houston pick swap was a good one. They did their
16th. It's not a horrible pick, but it's the 16th pick.
Right,
That's
right. No, it's those mid teens. Those are fine.
Mm-hmm.
Those are fine. Once again, as I raise my voice, those are fine.
It's cool. It's cool.
The next year, you got the Clippers first round pick. You got Phoenix's first round pick. You got Miami's again. You got a pick swap with the Clippers. You got the Clippers first round pick. You got Houston's first round pick, Houston pick swap. Those might be good. But for the most part, you've got these mid to late round first round picks. I'm not sneezing at them at all.
No.
But that's not like what the process or anything is. Like you're gonna have to hit early and be good.
The process is this year. If some things work out for you and you hit that 3 and the 5 and you do well with that 16, that's your process. And here's the other thing, in my opinion, and I'll stand alone on this, they're not nearly as bad as what we saw at the end of last year. They're not that bad. Like, they were awful, and I guess they were purposely awful.
Right.
But remember, to start the season, they were
around
500, a little. A little under. Yeah, and then they were like, okay, that's enough. Let's do what we can here. That's enough. And then they lost, some ungodly number that I don't know if it was this dramatic, but it felt like 24 of 25. It was something really bad,
right, that
they had lost over a certain, like they had won like one game, in the span of like 2 calendar months or something. It was something pretty bad.
Right.
But you've got to hit, like you've got to hit, develop this year. And then all of those other picks that you named, those are package incentives. When you're moving on from something or trying to accumulate a free agent or trying to accumulate a disgruntled star or whatever.
Now, here's the other thing. Brian West, he brings up, having that many picks doesn't mean drafting all those picks. Picks are, aside from a superstar, the most tradable assets in the league. And he's not wrong. I understand what he's saying. Here's the thing about it when you're Oklahoma City is this doesn't always happen. But let's just say, who can I throw out there? Let's just say the first person that comes to mind is Karl Anthony Towns.
Okay.
And Minnesota, he goes to Minnesota. He's like, yo, man, I want out. I want to be traded. I want out of here. They're not going to send him. Maybe I could be wrong, but they're not going to send him to Oklahoma City if he don't want to go to Oklahoma City.
Right.
So you can be in position to trade for a superstar all you want. These teams that are trading the superstar, they're not going to risk their future relationships with other players and their reputation and agents and things of that nature by sending him somewhere he don't want to go. And if he don't want to go to OKC, it don't matter how many first round picks they're going to give you.
No.
He ain't going there. So you really, and this is why I said earlier, it's a glorified pie in the sky system. To me, it's just glorified rolling of the dice.
This falls into the ridiculous line that Keyshawn Johnson said on Get Up yesterday about, we got to get Luka Doncic out of Dallas. We got to get him to New York or Los Angeles. Like Dallas is small. Toronto is not a small city. Toronto is not a small market.
Not at all.
But they're not a destination either. They're the one of away teams' favorite cities, in addition to Miami. Toronto is very high on that list. But is Toronto now like the mold for every, and I don't know what word to use because it's freaking Toronto. It's not a small market, but are they the model for every non-desirable destination or whatever? In that you have to roll the dice on something that might not work out for you long term, like Kawhi Leonard, and hope that it works. You have to trade for example. Rich Paul says publicly, you could trade for Anthony Davis, or maybe he said it privately. I don't remember. You could trade for Anthony Davis if you want to, but he isn't going to re-sign with you.
Right.
You could do whatever you want to, New Orleans, but he's not re-signing anywhere other than Los Angeles.
Yeah, that's the other thing. You trade for this guy, and like you just mentioned, if the agent is saying you can trade for him if you want, he got 2 years left on his deal, he's about to leave.
But do you roll the dice to get that championship? Is this about getting the one title? Does that need to be the mold for Sacramento? We keep talking about how many guys how many years does this person have left? How many years does that person have left? Does this need to be the mold for Oklahoma City? They give up multiple assets to bring in that one guy who puts them over the top, and then they win a championship. Mm-hmm. The guy leaves the next year like Kawhi Leonard did in Toronto, but you get that one championship.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's a roll of the dice, and it's not necessarily one that I would frown upon. You know what I mean? It's like, hey, you take your shot, and in some ways, it's not OKC's fault. It's not Sam Presti's fault. It's like, this is the game. You get a shot to take. If it's 1 year, if it's 2 years of a superstar, because of the way the league is set up, and people, ultimately wanting to get to these bigger cities, if you got a 2 year chance, a 2 year window, maybe you take it.
You have to take it. Yeah. These teams keep, they keep looking for this long-term success. What are they thinking? It might not work. Like, if you can't get that guy who puts you over the top, like Phoenix is a good example. If Phoenix winds up, and I know it's a long shot, but if Phoenix winds up winning,
mm-hmm.
is it in hypothetically in this scenario, Chris Paul leaves. Hypothetically, Chris Paul leaves, but Phoenix wins. Wasn't it all worth it?
Absolutely.
Now, you'll figure out next year, you'll figure out the next 5 years and all of that stuff, but you just won a title. And we look at San Antonio as the model for, you got to build long-term success. Well, who else has done it besides San Antonio?
Nobody.
The Warriors and LeBron James led teams.
Right.
There aren't a lot of other teams that have done it. You could be, I guess the Indiana Pacers kept making the playoffs.
Yeah, they did. But look, even the big markets ain't doing it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not the way the league seems to be set up with these players. Think about the big markets. Boston maybe has had a nice little stretch of run. The Lakers made the playoffs last year for the first time in like 7 years.
Yeah, 7 or 8. Yep.
Chicago's in a drought.
Really exhausted Lakers fans who miss so many years.
Devastating. Chicago's in a drought as we speak. New York just came off of a drought. Miami's done a pretty good job of being relevant, but a lot of that has consisted of like this scrappy team that gets bounced in the first round, but people talk about Heat culture and how tough they are, and Coach Well being a great coach, but it's never like, a real championship situation. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody has sustained outside of San Antonio, which is like when people talk about, oh, you don't have to be athletic to be a quarterback. Look at Tom Brady. Yeah, that's Tom Brady. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a one of one. San Antonio's a one of one, especially for a small market.
Yeah. Yeah. And so I don't know what the answer is for these teams, but you roll the dice on it. We talked about rolling the dice. If we talked about swinging big. If you're the Monty McNair and the Sacramento Kings, well, maybe this is what Sam Presti was doing in Oklahoma City. It's a situation that we knew Kemba Walker, for whatever reason, wasn't working in Boston.
Mm-hmm.
Al Horford is back in Boston. And the truth is, I think the only issue with Al Horford in his previous stint with Boston is they weren't going to pay him. They weren't going to pay him what Philadelphia was going to pay him. Right. And it's not necessarily that they didn't want him back. It's that they weren't going to pay for, they didn't want him back at that price point. Right. So to bring him back now, and I think ultimately save $73 million over the next 2 years. Horford is owed $53 million, 41 is guaranteed. Mm. So they're saving, they're saving 73, 41. So they're saving about $30 million, $20 to $30 million, depending on what they wind up doing with Al Horford long term.
Yeah.
And this was the part that I knew would infuriate Bryant West of these two players, because we've talked about Kemba Walker. The guy that I would have taken in Sacramento was Al Horford. I would have taken Al Horford in Sacramento.
It's not a bad thing. It's not. A
Brian hates it. Bryant West absolutely hates it.
He's not on that.
But I remember the year. Oh, when was it? The year Al Horford became a free agent. The year he told Boston he wasn't going back.
Mm-hmm.
People kept saying, the Kings could be the mystery team. The Kings would be the mystery team. And I knew right out the gate, it was an Eastern Conference team.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not the Kings. The Kings could be the mystery team. Oh, if the Kings land Al Horford and we do that, they were all about it. Then they saw Al Horford in Philadelphia and they weren't all about it anymore. And now all of a sudden, Al Horford is the worst player that's ever existed. And it would be a criminal act for him to play for the Sacramento Kings. Right. But of those two players, especially with the dollar figures and all of that, I would have taken Al Horford here in Sacramento.
As a way of getting rid of Buddy? Is that like kind of what you were thinking?
Yeah. I mean, that's what we're always doing, right? We're moving right. Buddy, maybe Buddy and Bagley in a deal. You know, we're working different things here. I would have taken Al Horford in that situation.
I don't have a problem with that. I completely understand that. I'm not. I see benefit in Al Horford. I see positives too. I also see part where he could be dead weight in a bad contract, but I do see.
I don't think he's dead weight though.
I think
really.
I think he's kind of cooked. But
wow,
like no disrespect to our guy before Metu, but if he was playing next to Metu coming off the bench or something like that,
Al Horford coming off the bench for Chimezie Metu.
Yeah, I don't know if I want Al Horford starting. I don't know if he's got that in him no more.
Kenny, stop it.
Al Horford is kind of cooked.
Chimezie Metu. I mean, hey, that's our guy.
Yeah.
You're telling me you're going to start Chimezie Metu over Al Horford?
No, I said off the bench with Chimezie. Him and Chimezie.
Oh, they're both coming off the bench.
Yeah.
Who's starting?
Marvin's still here.
Oh. All right.
And hopefully Rashawn's still here.
Hopefully.
Yeah. So that's where that's coming from. I mean, if those two are gone, then you got a big hole to fill. He
literally averaged Marvin Bagley's numbers. 14 and 7.
Yeah.
Marvin cooked. Is Rashawn cooked? Because weren't those Rashawn?
Yeah.
Are we going to have 3 14 and 7 guys on this roster?
The big guy by committee.
Yeah.
It all adds up to 42 and 22.
Yeah. No, that's not what 7 plus 7 plus 7 equals. Yeah.
You know. Yeah, I have no idea what 14 times 3 is. What is 14 times 3? I have no.
No. You said 22 rebounds would be 21. It doesn't matter. We don't do math on this show. Only math we do is
7.4 and like 7.3.
Oh, stop it. All right, you can have your 20. Fine, you can have your 22.3 then.
But yeah, I wouldn't be against it. Now, you mentioned a little while ago, like I don't know what the answer is when we talked about the tanking and the circumstance and all. I think it's all circumstantial. Indiana, OKC, and Sam Presti, they have the cushion, they have the leeway to do what they're doing. I'd want no part of that here in Sacramento. I'd want no part of it. OKC just made to the playoffs. They just went off a run. All things come to an end. Sometimes, all right, it's time to rip it all down, start from scratch after you've made the playoffs for 10 of the last 11 years or something like that. Sacramento, hell no. If they came, Monty, we're just going to accumulate picks now. We're trading off all our assets. We're going to accumulate picks. This is going to take time, but just bear with me. Like, take time at the unemployment line. I want nothing to do with this. Yeah. Circumstances matter.
2:00 confirmed.
Confirmed.
Mark Jones joining us at the top of the 2:00 hour. Mark Jones, of course, play-by-play guy for the Sacramento Kings. Man, I think it's fair to do. Him and Doris are killing it.
Yes,
that is a really, really enjoyable squad right now. I'm really loving Mark Jones and Doris Burke. Mark set to join us at the top of the 2:00 hour.
What did Mark say last night? I think it was Middleton hit a shot. And he's like, "Oh, in his Gucci bag."
Yeah, he hits. He's got some random lines that he just. I'm waiting to. I'm now that I because I caught that. I'm curious if he like changes designers, like because he's in his coach bag.
I feel like Mark is like how we are to Nike. I feel like Mark is like that to Gucci.
Must be nice.
That's his brand.
I wonder if he got the endorsement like D-Lo and KC.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if we get boxes shipped to him and like here for you guys. I don't know.
I think we got an official endorsement. Maybe not an official endorsement, but we ride pretty hard with Jumpman and
we got the plug.
We got the plug. That's what it is.
We got the plug that eventually is going to lead us to an endorsement. I'm speaking that one to existence. We will be the only radio station in America with a shoe deal or a shoe. One of the two.
I'm with that.
If
Mark
Flex
Jones
can get lugs, we can get Jordan.
Wait, Bowflex did what?
I said if Funk Flex can get lugs, we can get Jordan.
Man, remember those? My goodness, man. Lugs. How many of those did you have? I had the white ones.
I had one pair of black ones.
I had black ones. I had them. What do they call the camel colors?
Yeah.
I had
Lugs
no good.
Lugs was
good. I wore them white joints out. They was like white boots. I wore them joints out, man. Oh my gosh. Talk about an endorsement that didn't age well. Are they still around?
I doubt it. Last thing they did was Birdman.
I wonder if Mark Jones had lugs.
He
had to have.
Absolutely had some lugs.
Yeah, he had to have.
Mark Jones is stomping with the big dogs.
We'll talk to Mark. Yeah. So, Mark, I know there's playoff games going on. How many pairs of lugs did you have, fam? Like, for real, how many was it? Mark Jones joining us at 2:00. The official deal, by the way, as we just kind of dove into our conversation, was Kemba Walker, the 16th pick in this year's NBA draft, and a 2025 second-round selection to Oklahoma City for Al Horford, Moses Brown, and a 2023 second-round selection. Brad Stevens' first move. It is interesting. Jesse brought this up to me. It's something I thought of as well. Of course, Jesse, our resident Boston Celtics fan. It's interesting that he did this deal before hiring a coach. So I wonder if he just told everyone, because the Celtics are getting ready for their second round of interviews. I wonder if he told everyone, look, Kemba ain't going to be here. So plan your presentation, conduct your strategy, evaluate your roster as if Kemba's not going to be there. I can't imagine that he did, because it's like, well, who is then?
Right.
Because that's a big, but you're not trading him for nothing. You're obviously trading him for something. So the fact that he made this deal in the midst of a coach, I'm part of me is I'm just waiting for Brad Stevens to like rip off the suit and be like, I'm coaching the team. I'm hiring myself.
What did Parcells say? I'm shopping for the groceries.
Yeah, if I'm gonna make the meal, I got to shop for the groceries.
Yeah.
Something along those lines.
The one thing I will say is they got this done relatively early. Where he might not even have to do that. Like, when did this happen? Like a week ago, week and a half ago? They weren't going to be, I don't think they'll be conducting any interviews like today or yesterday. So you got it done now. Now anybody that's coming in, they know what it is.
Yeah, I mean, they've got and I want the coach to call and say, "Hey, Brad, I was really coming to Coach Kemba, man. I'm going to take myself out of consideration."
Oh, Coach Calhoun taking himself out of consideration.
I can't wait. Bart Scott said John Calipari didn't want the Celtics job because he wanted to coach Kemba Walker. That's what Bart Scott said. So not gonna happen. Not going to happen. It also gives Boston, and this is something a lot of Celtics fans were aware of too. NBA fans are aware of this. It gives them a little bit more flexibility to re-sign Evan Fournier. They were going to have some difficulties doing that. They obviously have roster holes and they have salary cap problems. Moving Kemba Walker was going to be the first step in alleviating some of that, and they were able to do it. As we mentioned, they're going to save somewhere between $20 and $32 million. Again, it ultimately depends on what they wind up doing with Al Horford in that second year of his contract.
Wow.
And Oklahoma City continuing the rebuild process around Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. But wouldn't it be something?
It's a good start right there. Good
Absolutely.
Start. Yeah, I like Shai.
Absolutely. I mean, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander for Ben Simmons. I think it's I think it's even. It's an upgrade. I think it's even.
What if the
I heard Shea
the
hates
traded Russell Westbrook for Ben Simmons? How would that work?
See, that's what Bart Scott would say. I heard Russell Westbrook hates Oklahoma City.
Body should running that. He should have been fired, man. Body divas. I don't know what type of naked pictures or some type of inappropriate things he got on them, man. But him and Matt Millen, is some people I just don't understand this.
God bless Matt Millen. I think he's ill. And he apparently he's getting shots taken at him by Bart Scott. For those who missed it, if you didn't know, Kings insider Bart Scott found out something about De'Aaron Fox that literally no one else knew.
Man, De'Aaron Fox, 25, 3, and 7 assists. I mean, I think that's an even swap, and I think it's an upgrade because now you have an offensively minded point guard that can get wherever he wants, and he hates Sacramento too.
Yeah, he hates Sacramento.
Damn.
So Kings insider, Kings insider Bart Scott there. Take that, James Ham. Huh?
Yo,
Jason
Scott,
Jones. What do you think about that?
He absolutely deserves it. We got Jason coming on. I'll ask him if he knew that Fox hated Sacramento.
Bro, we got Mark Jones coming on. Maybe he knows too.
Yeah.
Scott out here telling people he hates Sacramento. Oh man, goodness gracious! I mean, of course he does. This was the trade proposal for those right before our show started at noon. This was the conversation on ESPN radio.
Would you trade Ben Simmons to Sacramento for De'Aaron Fox?
De'Aaron Fox, I would do that.
You know what I'm saying? De'Aaron Fox is not happy there.
He's not happy. Again, Kings insider Bart Scott right there letting us know De'Aaron Fox is not happy in Sacramento. You heard it here first. Or you heard it there first.
Oh, that's some funny stuff, man. Hey, can we do something real quick that I'm kind of interested in?
Yeah, for sure. Because Bart Scott said if the Sonics trade for Westbrook, it'll be an upgrade.
This ain't getting old at all today.
Oh no, this ain't getting old ever.
Me up.
This ain't getting old ever.
Our producer Jesse said he saw something on me yesterday, and I'm anxious to hear his thoughts on it and his recap.
Yeah, so Jesse found the Pros versus Joes yesterday. He found the Pros versus Joes episode yesterday on Amazon. I want to get Jesse. I want to hear about that. I haven't seen it yet. Jesse will tell us about it. Plus, Mark Jones joins us in another chance at $1,000 as D-Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
What's going on, everybody? Kenny Caraway here, and it is blazing hot. But I will say this, one thing that I do like is when the sun goes down and it's still like 85, 83 degrees, I can sit out on my little porch, have me a little drink, a little gin and tonic. But that gin is always made with McQueen and the Violet Fog gin. It's that smooth, distinct citrus flavor that cools and refreshes me every single time. No lie, man, no lie. This Brazilian gin is produced in limited batches of less than 55 cases per distillation. So that tells me two things. Number one, because of that, the quality that you get from a bottle of McQueen is just completely unmatched. And I'll tell you this, they don't make much, but what they do make is damn good. So this is what you need to do. Two things. I got two things for you to do here. Go order a bottle online at drizzly.com or grab a bottle next time you're at the store. And if you don't have it, you know the deal. Talk to myself, talk to Damien. We'll talk to Ben, Black Bottles 916 over to Salvin Brands. We'll get the re-up. All right. Now, number two, I want to know some of these recipes. So send us some of your photos of the recipes that you have when you have McQueen and the Violet Fog gin with your cocktails, whether it's juice, whether it's soda, whether it's kind of spritzer, whatever the case may be. Show it to me, show it to Damien. We'll show love on the show and on social media. So tag your McQueen cocktail recipes and photos at D-Lo and KC and at McQueen Violet Fog. Hey, man, we just need to go ahead and let the entire region, the entire valley know about the biggest boss when it comes to who's the best in the game, who has the best gin out here. After 500 years, it's time for a new gin. It's time for McQueen and the Violet Fog gin. KIFM reminds you, be responsible. please don't drink and drive. My phone's about to die. That's not okay. Let me see what these dudes in Denver are talking about, though. Okay, that's all good. And did you see Mark is good for 2, so you got his number and everything? Appreciate you, bro. Call him because he's gonna be running around too. So it's gonna be a good fight. Definitely gonna check that out. But you know it's Lions only first and foremost. I'm gonna have to check that out on the DVR. It's Lions only, Ramsey. Lions only. My man, Big Charlo, Mall Charlo in action. Let's go.
I legit can't walk away one time without y'all coming back and talking. It's like a real bit. Like I get up and walk away, and y'all come back talking about boxing.
Ramsey started that. Oh, this dude showing to watch after he got beat up. Yo, man, these dudes is clowns. They might be on some special sauce.
Man, Devin Booker committed to the Olympics.
Tokyo.
Getting a nice little squad.
Did you see have you ever been to Dutch Brothers?
Mm-mm.
You didn't see they opened one in the Thomas.
Okay.
Their lines, I don't know if it's still the same way, but like the first year and a half they were here, they had one in Elk Grove. Lines
I'd always heard there was one by I think there's one by the studio where the ESPN studio is. Yeah, I've always heard.
You had it before, Jesse? Yeah. I don't know why. Maybe I should try some tonight. There's no reason why I wouldn't, but I heard it's delicious. I heard it's like hella good. Shy the man.
On the Odyssey app on 1320 AM, on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. If you're just tuning in, welcome. It's a good time to be with us. Mark Jones set to join us coming up here at the top of the hour. Jason Jones set to join us coming up 20 past the hour. And right smack dab in the middle, we've got a chance for you to win $1,000. That next keyword coming up at 2:10. Actually, right when Mark is with us, we're going to give away $1,000. So make sure that you are locked in here with us. Right before we stepped away, Kenny had mentioned our producer Jesse found the Kenny Caraway edition of Pros versus Joes last night.
Everybody raise their hand if you used to watch Pros versus. Damien, did you used to watch the show Pros versus? I loved that show. Loved it.
No.
What? You watch Pros versus Joes? Yo, I love that show. Now, what happened before Jesse gets in here is when they first started the show, it was like bumps that would come on the show and would talk crazy, like I can beat these pros.
I think that's why I didn't watch it.
And they would just get slapped around in all these sports, right? But the producers came to us when they was proposed to being on the show, and they're like, yeah, after about 3 or 4 years, people are kind of tired of seeing like scrubs get beat up. They want to see like if somebody with some kind of skill can actually play against these old pros. That's why they upped the talent level. Asked me, a couple of guys that I know, to get on there, and Jesse saw it last night.
Jesse, what's the report on Kenny Caraway's Pros versus Joes episode, which we believe is available on Amazon Prime right now?
Yeah, I think it's like season 5, episodes like 6 or something like that. But yeah, just a couple of mental notes I was taking throughout the show. When they're introducing everyone, Kenny comes out, right? And he's all hyped up, like, yeah, he's jumping around and stuff. He goes up to Michael Strahan, daps him up, to Glazer too, and they kind of just look at him like, all right, let's chill out with the hype a little bit, guy, all right? Because the other two come in and they just come up to Kenny, dap him up and stuff. They don't say hi to Jay Glazer or anything like that, yeah. So Kenny, you can already tell, he's the star of the show. But the best part in the beginning too is that Kenny keeps talking trash to Chris Bolin and Kenny Smith. He calls Kenny Smith Kenneth the whole time. You can tell, like, no, it's starting to not piss them off, but they're starting to get a little annoyed. So I think the first game they do right. I can't remember the first game exactly what it was, but
it was like a 3-on-2 fast break. We won on my jump shot.
Yeah, Kenny kept yelling out, "Shut out, street! Shut out, street!" But anyway, they get to around the world, and this is one of my favorite parts. Yeah, you know. So they get to around the world. Kenny's talking to Chris Mullin, and Chris Mullin gets his shots up. All right, and then Isaiah Ryder, those guys are out there waiting, and they're like, "Oh, Kenny, you better hit your first shot, because if not, like, you're done." And Kenny, literally from like the little corner of the paint, he misses his first shot, and I'm just sitting there like, "Kenny, come on!" He misses his shot, and he ends up finishing whatnot. Chris Mullin wins. But, yeah, no, Kenny was hitting his shots, talking trash. Michael Strahan and Jay Glazer ended up giving him a lot of props throughout the episode.
Yeah.
And then the 3-3, that third guy you guys played with, not the one from Tulsa University, but the other guys. Like,
yeah, he was a ringer. I'm fully convinced he was a ringer.
He costed you guys that money.
We said in the huddle, we said, don't foul. Mm-hmm. Jesse, he damn near got a flagrant one fouling Chris Mullin. I said, what are you doing? Chris
Mullin got that man to jump so hard. But
yeah, man.
Kenny was hitting him in Kenny Smith's eye. They came close, and then Kenny had the last shot at the end, but it didn't work out. But Kenny, I will say, he was the MVP of that episode, and it was a good episode actually all around too. So yeah, it was funny.
I appreciate it. It was a lot of fun. A little inside. I mean, the show's not even on the air no more, so I don't think they have a problem. So I was just naturally kind of talking trash or whatever, and I think after the first little competition, the producer comes over to me. He's like, "Look, like, this is gonna be your show. Like, keep doing what you're doing. Mm-hmm. They know, like, you're not gonna offend them. Like, it's good. Just turn it up. This is gonna be your show today." I was like, "All right, bet." So then I started really talking crazy. So yeah, that was a lot of fun. That was
reality TV is not actually reality. That's dope, man. That's fun. I'm gonna
the game was real. The game was. There's two things about that game. So it was really weird at first because there was a lot of start and stops of the whole production. But then when we played the actual game at the end, the first 2 or 3 minutes was a little weird, but then it was like a real game. Like, we was really playing like half-court basketball, and you just kind of dive into it. There's a part on there where I shoot a free I get fouled with however many seconds left, and we were down 1. And I ain't gonna lie to none of y'all. I think we were playing, Jesse, what was it, like $7,000 or something like that? There was some money on the line at the time, $10,000. And I ain't had no $10,000 before. I would have got like 4 or something like that. But I was nervous as hell at the line. That was more nervous than a basketball game. There was money actually on the line in that one. And I shot it, and it went in and out like 5 times and then popped out. And then I made the second one to tie it. And then the ringer came in there and made sure we did not win the money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Wow.
They were all really cool. Chris Mullin, one of the nicest guys I've ever met in my life. He was really cool.
That's cool, man. That's dope. I love hearing that. That's a great story. Pros versus Joes, season 5. Kenny Caraway, available on Amazon Prime. Go check that out. Mark Jones set to join us here in a couple of minutes. Speaking of TV stars, go ahead.
I'm just laughing at Leezy. KC felt like Ben Simmons.
Yeah.
That's uncalled for.
Well,
even from me.
the Ben Simmons free throw stats, like, I keep hearing, are just like wild. We had the Steve Nash one where Ben Simmons has missed more free throws than Steve Nash in his entire career. Just this postseason. I think I've read that Ben Simmons has missed more free throws this series than the entire Atlanta Hawks team did, or has. Like, there's some some ridiculous stats out there for Ben Simmons 3-point shooting.
You know what? One thing, and you guys know this is
free throws.
This is a issue of mine. Ben Simmons has been a phenom since probably he was like 12, 13 years old, which means you can get into any gym you want at any time you want. What are you doing in there? What are you doing in there? Were you for the last? He's 24. What have you been doing in there for the last 9 years?
Well, I don't know this, but I'll remove Ben Simmons' name and just ask a question.
Mm-hmm.
Not all these guys in the league, and I know this is contrary to what we're often read or what we're often told or even just led to believe. Not all these guys love basketball. Like you talk about being in the gym, you talk about what are you in there working on? Fam, he might not be. You know what I mean? Some guys have physical gifts that make them money. Some guys have. Did you ever watch that? I have no clue what it's called, but is it about? It was some Showtime documentary.
Was it Lenny Cook?
Let me look it up. So let me look it up during the commercial break. I'll look it up after Mark Jones before Jason Jones joins us, and I'll get you the name for it. But I think it was about Ben Simmons, and and he went to LSU if I remember correctly. It was like it was about his journey there and the whole different thing. And one thing that I was looking at, I don't know that Ben Simmons loved basketball, and I think there are a lot of guys in the league that are like that. That like I can make a living doing this.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm tall, I'm athletic. Yeah, I could do it. It's not terrible. I don't hate it. I'm not going to be.
Willie Cauley-Stein.
I think Willie likes basketball.
I think he likes basketball.
Maybe he doesn't like it like he likes other stuff. Maybe he loves other stuff and likes basketball.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? There's nothing wrong with that.
Mm-mm.
There's nothing wrong with that. It's I don't know. I don't know what Ben Simmons has been doing because he obviously wasn't shooting.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like he was working on his elbow jumper. Like he wasn't working. His shot hasn't gotten better. And how do we expect it to get better? I think I heard Stephen A. make this point. How this long in the league? Like, do we really expect Ben Simmons now is like, yeah, he's going to go into this offseason to work on being a better shooter? Like, really? 5 years into the league?
Yeah, no, that's dead.
I don't think that's going to happen.
That's dead. Yeah, that ain't happening. But you mentioned a good point, and that you're 100% right. If Ben Simmons, Willie Cauley-Stein, or anybody else doesn't love basketball, there is nothing wrong with that.
Mm-mm.
Like there's nothing wrong with that. There's no requirement to get in the NBA to be like you have to love basketball. If you meet certain qualifications that a guy that's willing to spend millions of dollars on you, you check certain boxes and they're willing to give you the money regardless of if you get better or not. That ain't your fault, Ben Simmons. It's not your fault, Willie Cauley-Stein. That's not, you just do kind of what you have to do, maybe not to embarrass yourself or not let your teammates down completely or something like that. But you don't have to live in the gym. You don't have to be in there at 2 a.m. getting shots up. So, and I think people like myself or fans who would have that type of approach to it get frustrated with it. But you're 100% right. There's nothing wrong if Ben Simmons don't love basketball or don't want to work on his game.
I think there are people who like we get so used to the Kobes and the LeBrons, the guys who spend millions of dollars on their bodies and everything that they do is driven towards their basketball career. I think there are guys, just as I know that there are women in the WNBA who are, it's a job.
Mm-hmm.
I got a job. It just so happens I've got a really, really good paying job.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what it is. It's a job. It's work. And I work these certain hours. You know what I mean? Like I work these hours. I work these months. I work these days. Like they just make more money than other people who work jobs at these hours, at these days.
I can promise you, when I was in the call center for Comcast about 10, 15 years ago, I was not committed to being the best call center rep that I could be. I could give a damn. Just make sure the check clears. So
yeah.
It's a job like that sometimes.
And we just don't associate that with professional sports.
Mm-hmm.
We certainly don't associate it with basketball, but it's out there.
Yep.
It's out there. And I'm not saying that that's what Ben Simmons is. That's not what I'm saying. But
if that's the case,
I wouldn't be surprised.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like he's got such a weird demeanor. Let's go to Mark Jones here. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. Let's bring in our man Mark Jones in here.
Go, Mark Jones.
Mark, what's good, man?
It's awesome, man. Happy Juneteenth, guys. And I just got the last bit of that. Who's got a weird disposition or demeanor. Who was that you're talking about?
Ben Simmons.
Yeah, a little different, man.
Do you have you covered guys like do you think you were ever like watching a guy who you go, man, this dude's playing basketball because it's a job. Like he doesn't love it. It's just essentially his 9 to 5.
You know what? I think there's a degree of Ben that's highly misunderstood. I've done a bunch of his games going back to his 1 year at LSU with head coach Johnny Jones. And, I've been told, and from what I can observe through the years, he's a great teammate. He's a little bit understated. He doesn't show a lot out there, but he plays hard. And I think, Ben is a guy who has high expectations. And I think the picture that people have of him doesn't match up to what they think it should be right now. And I think the beauty of his game sometimes is in defense and subtleties, defense and passing. And a lot of times that's lost on the general public.
And even to that part, Mark, we're just kind of using Ben Simmons. And he can love basketball as much as anybody. We don't know. We're just trying to figure out some of the things that we don't understand about his game or whatever. But just in general, I think we lose sight sometimes because we're so used to the Kobe's, and I think Giannis is like this, KD is like this, where they breathe basketball, they love basketball. And sometimes, it's a job for these guys. They check certain boxes that allows them to play in this league, and they do just enough to make sure, they stay in the league, but they're not Kobe. And when we say that part, to be honest with you, there's nothing wrong with that. We've all had jobs in our lives where we're not looking to be the best record filer, at our job. We're just trying to get a job. And I think sometimes as fans, we lose sight of that sometimes.
Yeah, just because I think we got to be careful there sometimes. And I totally agree with you. But, I think people look at Ben right now and look at the fact that he goes 4 for 14 from the free throw line and see the lack of expansion in that aspect specifically of his game and get disappointed, and that's fair. But I do know that, Ben works hard at his game. He's in Los Angeles all summer and in different cities around the country working out hard. Works with his brother Liam, who was up until just recently his personal skills coach and shooting coach, who was a former collegiate basketball coach. I think it was UC Riverside. He was on staff there and a couple of other places. But, Ben puts the work in, and I think just by putting the work in shows that you have a passion for your job. It's not just showing up and punching the time clock. And, he's so scrutinized, guys, that, I think sometimes fairly, sometimes unfairly, and I think fairly in the sense that, you can't miss free throws and you have to grow your game. And I think we're not having this conversation if he goes 11 for 14 or 12 for 14 from the foul line in that last game.
Mm-hmm.
I get
Absolutely.
it. I get it, man. You do notice he's not photos, not shown as much in some of the tabloids lately. He's been low key lately in the last, 18 months of his life. Whatever that's worth.
Mark Jones with us here on D'Lo and KC on ESPN. We've been having some fun with this, but your voice carries much more weight than mine. So Bart Scott said today on a national radio show that airs all over the country that De'Aaron Fox hates Sacramento and is unhappy here. Now, Mark,
I don't know. I know. Hey, listen, man, I don't know because I'm in the I spoke with Marvin Bagley like 15, 20 minutes ago, guys.
Okay.
He's down here working out in Miami. Saw him work out, and I speak to these guys, and I've never heard or caught wind of that 5 from De'Aaron Fox. I don't know where some of these news reports come from.
Nobody does, Mark.
Disparage anybody, but
Oh no, we did that for you. That's
Yeah,
okay.
no,
You
we
don't
got
have to
that
do that
covered.
part.
Nobody knows
We
what it's
took care of that part, Mark. We good there.
We got that. You're good. We take care of that one.
Guys drop these smart bombs, and I don't know how smart they are. I don't know where it comes from. But De'Aaron's working out too. You know, he's doing his thing, and guys are trying to get better. And you know, it's the off season, and that's the rampant time for speculation, especially when your team, you know, isn't playing, and it's easier to speculate when people are out of sight to some and out of mind, you know, to others.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't put a lot of credence in that, but that's just me. But
Well,
yeah,
I love that. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Mark Jones tapping in here on D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. Mark, let's talk about the series that you were just calling last night, man. Bucks, Nets. Seems like high drama, man. High drama. Who's going to get to the finish line first? What do you see in Game 7, man, after seeing the performance that Giannis and Middleton put on last night, following what KD was able to do a couple days before? How does this thing end, in your opinion, Mark? Right. Yeah. Right. Right.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Well, I got one quick business thing to take care of right now. It's the Summer of Cash contest. Your chance to win $1,000 with texting the code word NORTH to 72881. That's NORTH to 72881. This is a multi-state contest. Message and data rates apply. See, you tune in to listen to Mark Jones. You got an opportunity to win money. Man, Mark, that's tough. I love everything that you said there about Brooklyn running out of gas. Kenny and I were actually talking about that earlier, how it feels like they're trying to slow the game down a little bit to kind of keep things easy. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And if the Bucks are able to pounce off that, we were actually having this exact conversation earlier. If KD doesn't do what he did the other night, this might not be it. And we were also focusing on, we all remember what KD did, but Jeff Green had 27. So you're going to need another guy to step up and kind of be massive in the process. And, you know, they may have played that card already.
Harris has not shot the ball well, and that's the guy that led the NBA in three-point shooting percentage this year. And he has been very subpar shooting the basketball. And if Jeff Green doesn't have another, game where he makes 7 threes, I'm not sure where the next bit of offense comes from. Blake Griffin has been doing all right, but that's kind of a tenuous proposition too.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mark. I think Milwaukee's going to win Game 7. I picked Brooklyn to win the series before the start, but I think the total has been too much. The one thing that I would have pause with, Mark, and I want to know what you think about it, is Milwaukee got 89 points from Giannis, Middleton, and Holiday last night, and 89 of their 104. And Middleton, I agree with you, he's been playing great, but he got 38. He could very easily have a good game with 28 points in Game 7. But if others aren't stepping up on the road, the BJ Tuckers, the Brook Lopez's, the Conningtons, and where are they going to get that? And if Jeff Green comes back, he don't have to get 27. But if he has like 15 and Harris gets 11 and Blake gets, I don't know. Milwaukee needs to be worried as well about somebody stepping up outside of those three guys.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think that Giannis, Middleton, and the rest, if they get a little bit from Holiday, if they get a little bit from Lopez, if they get a little bit from Harden, I still think that measures up a little bit better than KD, with Harden, and whoever else might decide to chip in.
I agree.
I want to ask you. I want to ask you one more quick note. First of all, you and Doris are killing it, man. You and Doris are so damn enjoyable to listen to.
Mark in his Gucci bag last night.
Yeah, y'all are absolutely special.
I like that one. You know I like that one, Mark. You know I like that one.
Yeah. Watching KD, I kind of lose my mind sometimes, and it just kind of comes out,
We all do. You opened our conversation by saying Happy Juneteenth, and I'm curious. Like we've been Kenny and I have been talking about this privately, really all week. How do you feel seeing this day get attention really for the first time?
Yeah, I think it's great, guys, because I didn't even learn about Juneteenth in elementary school or even high school coming up, and not even college. Was readings on my own and from family members, from community people, from church people that I ultimately learned about Juneteenth. I think it's great that President Biden signed it, into law, and that it's a national holiday now. I love the symbolism of it. I love the awareness that it brings. I think, though, that, as a country, we need more. I think sometimes it's a question of what you ask for and what you get. I think what we really need and what we have asked for is voting rights protections. As there's movement across the country to make it harder for people to vote when in a true democracy it should be a little bit easier. I think we need legislation like the George Floyd Police Reform Act. I think we need legislation like the Voting Protection, Voting Rights Act, ratified and signed into law. Those are the tangible things I think that we need to keep pushing for
Yeah.
And even though the recognition of Juneteenth is wonderful, I think there's, the ball's at the 5-yard line still. We got the ball in the paint. Now we gotta get that thing in the bucket.
Yes,
We need that Giannis dunk from last night.
Yeah, with the flex and everything.
Yeah. Mark, you're the best, man.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys.
We appreciate you, man. And you and Doris are killing it. And enjoy the rest of the playoffs. Look forward to talking more Kings basketball and NBA basketball here soon.
You guys do okay. See, hey, love you guys, and have a great weekend, and we'll talk again soon. All right.
Yes,
Take care,
sir.
Mark.
Love you back. That's Mark Jones, man. Gosh, it's great. We're on the phone with him for 16 minutes. Didn't get to talk to him about Rick Carlisle. Didn't get to talk to him about Kemba Walker. Didn't get to talk to him about everything going on in Dallas. Like, we could have kept Mark on probably comfortably for another hour. We ain't going nowhere, by the way. His distant cousin, Jason Jones, set to join us coming up here in just a couple of minutes. That's how we do things today. Mark Jones right into Jason Jones. We're not going anywhere. We'll just continue to talk, and I always appreciate Mark's perspective and glad that he's so happy that he's so generous with his time to come out and hang with us and spend some time. Nice little nugget there, though.
Yeah,
about who he was talking. Nice.
So look, the funny thing is,
did we just get excited? Yo, did we just get excited? Is this our first moment of off-season excitement? Has he put on 10 pounds of muscle yet?
Hey, look, the funny thing is, and you guys can hear this back on the Odyssey app. You can hear it on YouTube. You can hear it. We'll probably get a clip of it or whatever. But as soon as Mark was about to dive into it, the people on the chat were like, uh-oh, audio's gone. We can't hear. So for those that missed it, he said Marvin was in there looking real nice in the gym. Really, he was like, man, he was doing work in the last, in the open run that they had or whatever the case may be. And he was impressed by what he saw from Marvin Bagley. So
yeah, so what happened for those who are watching on Twitch and YouTube, and thank you to the number of people who kind of stuck through that. I think we must have lost like power or something in the studio. Like all of the lights and computers shut off in the middle of the Mark Jones interview. Thankfully, nothing happened to the phone. So if you're listening on the Odyssey app or you're listening on 1320 AM, there was obviously no interruption. But if you're watching the show, you lost Mark there in the middle of it, and that's why we had a little hang up there at the studio. But yeah, he had just talked to Marvin Bagley.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh, excuse me. Oh, he's
at the Diane look.
Oh,
the Diane meme. Oh.
Okay. Let's tell me more, Mr. Mark Jones. I want to hear about it.
I'm telling you, man. Every time that I'm like, yo, it's time to move on from Bagley or whatever the case may be, just the thought, just hearing a story about what he's doing or what he could be, it is tantalizing. Okay,
it is.
Absolutely tantalizing. I don't know if I want to give up on the young man. I just don't know. It's like we talk about with Luka and everything. Oh, the long-term future. Look here, man. Marvin and Big Mark can say whatever they want. We got the rights. Okay. We got the rights. He's not leaving no money on the table so he can get it. He don't want to be out of here that bad.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. Part of me, I go back and forth every day. I ain't even gonna lie to you about that one. Some days I want to move them. Some
depends
days
on the way the wind is blowing, man. Whatever direction the wind is blowing, we get hyped for it, man. Shout out to the homie Danny in San Francisco.
Oh, that's
who's actually Danny in Placer County. Danny in San Francisco is listening on 1320 AM, I think for the first time in the existence of this show. So shout out to Danny in Placer County. Listening to D-Lo and KC on 1320 AM. Shout out to everybody who hasn't changed the game. They're not on the Odyssey app. They're not on Twitch. They're not on YouTube. They're on 1320 AM. No matter where you are, we greatly appreciate you for being with us. And just as much as the Joneses you talk about keeping up with the Joneses. Well, that ain't no lie. Let's bring in our latest Jones. That's Jason Jones. Jason, what's good, my man?
Well, Jason Jones, the former Kings insider.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. I don't know if you've heard, Bart Scott has taken your job.
Oh, hey, more power to him. He wants that.
Bart Scott.
He can have that.
Bart Scott said De'Aaron hates Sacramento, He isn't happy here, and he also is wondering why Vlade Divac is still in charge.
Yeah, I mean, he's clearly on top of what's going on. I mean, geez, why is Vlade still making? I mean, come on, do it. I mean, why is? I mean, I guess I like Vlade drafting Tyrese. Another guard, Vlade. This is not drafting a big man, you know. Hey.
Yeah.
Bart Scott, King's insider, man.
Ben Simmons and Yorgis Papagiannis are going to lead this team to the promised land, according to Bart Scott. Yes, indeed.
Jay, we're gonna talk some Kings. That's what you do, real quick. But I gotta ask you real quick. You know, I'm talking some NBA. First of all, Giannis. I said last night, put some respect on the team. You were on his head the other day for not guarding KD in the fourth quarter. Can Giannis disrespect that, or does he have to win the series?
I wasn't on his head about it. I said we had this discussion last year because last year you were like, how come he won't guard Jimmy Butler? AD wouldn't do it, then AD went and did it. So I was like, hey, that's your defensive player of the year. You asked him.
And then Giannis did. He put the clip on Jimmy Butler in his first round series. And he should have guarded KD the other night, but he did guard him last night to start the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a fair. I mean, it's a fair question to ask. For God's sake, you guys. NBA players jumping on Twitter just to ask why won't Giannis. I was so bad for him. It was like NBA players chiming in. Yeah, I thought he was first team All NBA. I mean,
the funny part about that, Jason, not to cut you off, is CJ McCollum was one of the people on there, and then somebody responded and said, "Bro, you couldn't talk about it. What are you talking about?"
Yeah. I was on that one. I was like, wow. I was like. When I watched that Denver Phoenix series, I was going, how did Dame and CJ lose to this backcourt? I'm like, no wonder. I was like, you knew Stops was probably going to get fired, but you go, really? So yeah. I was going Austin Rivers. Well, you know, that's what made it so funny when the fans were like, okay, CJ, it's not like you ever stopped anymore. I mean, CJ's great. Twitter, but he'll chime in with that all the time, you know.
CJ's really good at Twitter.
Yeah, CJ's, you know, what did he say? He's just a casual fan now since he got eliminated.
You think Brooklyn got anything left in the tank?
I don't know. I just don't know. If you can expect KD to give you another 47 and 15 and 10. Mm-hmm. I just, you know, when I watched them last night, I was just like, okay, James clearly isn't himself. They won't have Kyrie, and without Kyrie, James is their only point guard. Mm-hmm. And he's not himself right now. He can't push the ball like he normally does. I mean, he's a lot easier to defend because he's not the same threat to attack. I just think as long as if Milwaukee goes to Brooklyn and plays how they did last night, which means Giannis getting in the paint repeatedly and Middleton can have a good game on the road finally, I don't think Brooklyn can beat them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I feel the same way. I think Milwaukee should win Game 7, but you know, KD, he is the one guy that's capable of a 49-point performance at any time. So we'll see what happens with that one. I want to ask you about this other thing that we talked about on Twitter the other day. And when you talk about putting respect on his name, are you finally at least going to address this man as Paul George? Okay. Did he earn his name back? Can we throw pandemic out of the window now?
Palmdale Paul.
Oh, Jason.
The disrespect.
I mean, it's amazing to me that just the last series, he was getting trashed by people because they were getting cooked by Luka. He had a good game the other night. Oh, y'all can throw away everything that ever happened. All that other stuff don't go away.
He's averaging 25, 9, and 5. He never no pandemic postseason.
Okay, all right. I mean, yeah. You know, I mean, there's numbers, and then there's times where you watch the game and say, he's back. I mean, some of them fourth quarters he's had, you know, I mean, it'll be, to me, the Clippers have always been a great front-running team. Mm-hmm. If this game is close in the fourth quarter, it'd be interesting to see if, without having Kawhi there to, you know, whatever reason, in every game they've won this postseason, Kawhi can't miss in the fourth. If this game is close in the fourth, that's when I'll consider, hey, maybe I'll ease back. But this is funny how, when I was growing up, guys had to wear those labels until they did something like one series. He had a good game. Everyone's like, oh yeah, y'all got to stop saying that. Oh no.
Well, that's it.
Paul still says wild stuff. I mean, come on. I mean, hey, Paul, great player, but yeah, he got a lot of, he got some work to do before we start saying, okay, we can't forget the man shut the ball off the side of the back.
Oh, okay. What if they win tonight? What if they win tonight? First conference finals in the history of the Los Angeles Clippers. No Kawhi Leonard. Is the label shed?
It might be. It'll be close.
Okay.
It'll be close.
Until he shoots the ball off the side of the backboard again.
If you're going to be a hater, you'll be like, I got to see if Donovan's, healthy, how Mike, all that stuff. But I mean, like I said, Paul's is a great player. I like him as a player. It's just that he just does some things where you like when he claimed that he never said he wanted to be a Laker, and then you pull up the receipts. Here's you saying you want to be a Laker. Man, you never said that. Stop. They call me playoff C. Who called me playoff C? I mean, Paul has earned this. I mean, people are acting like people were picking on him. No, Paul has earned. He really got picked like Dallas for like 70 this season. He's like the gang kind of stuck up on us as if he had more into the game that day. Like the Clippers got the schedule that morning. Oh wow, we played Dallas in an hour.
Yo.
I mean, Paul has earned some of this.
Nobody keeps receipts like Jason Jones keeps receipts. Like he has them all stashed away, and when he's ready to unleash them, he's gonna unleash them. Jason's got receipts like the list of Jericho. When he throws out that list, like Jason's got them all.
It's a gift and a curse to have a memory like mine. I mean, my girlfriend hates it because you can't, I'm like, I remember what you said 3 weeks ago.
That don't even matter. 3 weeks ago, that don't matter, Jason. It don't matter what she said 3 hours ago.
At the very least, it frustrates her because you just can't say what she says and be like, okay, yeah. And I'd be like, yeah. I'm like, no, you didn't say that. Yeah, so it's a gift and a curse for sure.
Hey, we just talked to Mark Jones a couple of minutes ago. He said he saw Marvin Bagley working out. Had a little conversation with Marvin Bagley. Said Marvin's looking pretty good right now. Where are you at with Marvin returning as a member of the Sacramento Kings next year? You think it's more likely to happen, less likely to happen? What's the temperature?
It's going to happen, like I've said before. It's going to happen unless you got to throw him into a package to get a major player. Mm. I mean, I've expected him to. I mean, he didn't get moved to the deadline. I expected him to be back. I don't, like I said, maybe some major deal happens and you've got to throw his salary in to get, and his kind of his talent to get a major guy. That who's that guy? I mean, is it Porzingis?
No, not him.
Some of the guys with Max Fields out there, who might get moved. I'm not advocating for any particular person. I'm just saying that I don't think there's any, extra incentive to move Marvin. And depending on what happens with Rashawn, you're going to need some size on the team still. And Marvin's still a young player with some talent. So I just think barring a deal that blows you away, I mean, I think Marvin's back. And I mean, and like I said, people told me before he contracted COVID, Marvin was looking really good, and he kind of felt physically, and it really did set him back. He won't say it, but I've heard that was a much bigger deal than Marvin wants to let on. Start the year, might be waiting some time to get rolling.
Mm. Yeah, I was reading, I think it was your latest mailbag. I'm pretty sure it was, but I was reading. You brought that up. If Rashawn is gone, if they're not able to bring him back, that could open up the door, like you just mentioned. They're going to need size on the roster. That could open the door for Marvin to be a center, which is what a lot of people feel like his true position in this league ultimately would be. And he would maybe be looked at as your starting center for the Kings.
Yeah, and the injuries, I mean, for 2 years, the plan has been to Mark looks at Marvin at center. He just gotten hurt. Mm. I mean, that was the plan in 2019. We're going to start Dwayne Dedmon, and then when we go small and athletic, we're going to put Marvin at the 5. And it's just that he got hurt the first game of the year, and it just never happened. And then when he came back from the first injury, he was playing center a little bit, and then got moved back to 4. Then he got hurt again. But, that was always been part of the plan to get looks at that. And if you're going to be married to small ball, I mean, there's people who really around the league who really believe Harrison should play the 4 full time, and Marvin should be a 5.
No, about that.
It's going to be nicer. It's going to be tough for you physically, but you look around the league, a lot of teams are doing that. You look at Phoenix's starting front court. I mean, Jay Crowder and Mikal Bridges are your 2 forwards.
Mm.
You look, I mean, there's not going to be a whole lot of teams who are going to have, 2 big guys up front. So, maybe a team like Denver next season, but even then, with Porter Jr. and Gordon, but even then, those 2 guys aren't back to the, basket bruiser. So
Right.
I can really foresee if Rashawn is gone, you start Marvin at the 5. I mean, you're not going to go into the season if you're going to go small. You're not going to start, Chemezi and Marvin together probably. You're not going to try to go Damian Jones and Marvin. You get the 5 best players out there, and I think that if you do that, you might just move Marvin to the 5.
Okay. As we're talking, by the way, Jason, as we let you go here, Bleacher Report just tweeted a highlight reel. He's playoff P for a reason. The top 10 postseason plays of Paul George's career. It was tweeted.
He's been in the league, 10 years? He should have 10 highlight plays. Just keep pandering the phone, and then when he does bad in another game, these same people tweeting that will be digging up every, Dame hitting a shot on him. Yeah, I mean, I just find it all funny because it goes from game to game. 2 or 3 days ago, it was like KD can't be stopped. Last night, oh my God, Giannis can't be can we at least get through the end of the series? I mean, I enjoy the jokes and all, but come on, I mean. It's going to take more for Paul George to, shed that because it's going to take a lot more. Maybe he's got to fix his braids too. Who knows?
Braids. There's more braids. We got to work on that. There's got to be a better hairstylist in LA.
Wig on. I was like, that's too long.
Yeah, that's Jamal Moore, man. Come on, man. We got to stop all that.
Man, you make too much money off your braids to be looking like they got done on the porch, man. Come on, man.
Jason Jones.
You really put some respect on his name, Jason. They're winning tonight. They're going to the conference finals. You put some respect on his name.
Maybe I will, maybe I won't. Because if they lose tonight, they definitely lose in game 7.
There you have it.
Last year, they lost game 6. It was going to lose game 7. If they lose tonight, they better win tonight.
Yeah, you did say that.
He's not a fan of hyperbole. Jason Jones, formerly of the J Street Vibes podcast, the now defunct, the defunct.
I'm available. I got 900 podcasts I'm on. I'm available.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you got partners that don't want to put the work in, man. It's all right.
In months.
Jason,
I'm Kawhi, and I got podcast pandemic P with me.
Jason, we appreciate you, man. Have a great weekend.
Yeah, you too. You guys take it easy.
Jason Jones. Not a fan of hyperbole there, that Jason Jones. Just wait till the series is over before. And it was so great just sitting here, got Twitter up and looking at a response for, all the conversations we've been having here in this 2:00 hour, very busy 2:00 hour. And there's Bleacher Report. He's playoff P for a reason.
That is
like, wait a minute. Like, what?
No, look, I say give him his name back. I didn't say call him playoff P. I didn't say that.
He's. Oh, okay. So he dropped Porzingis. Like, that's okay. A nice little dunk. That's a highlight. Like, that was number 3. It was a dunk on, I guess it was Tristan Thompson.
Oh, he got another one?
He got one on Tristan. And then we got number 2 here. That's a dunk. So these feel like these are pacer plays with a dunk on Bosch. And the number 1 play in Paul George's career, playoff career, there's Birdman.
That was filthy.
It was, but that's his highlight reel. Dunks.
This is surprised they have 10 of those.
These are playoffs. Like, there's a couple of shots here with the Thunder. I think that there was
should have been top 5.
Yeah,
they didn't have to go to 10.
Yeah, they really worked to stretch this to 10. He did humiliate J.R. Smith a little bit.
But look,
but
man,
the wild part is
go away today. It's all go away. My man Playoff P is getting his name back tonight.
But I feel like in small print, you could have posted this same video. In small print, you could have also included Pacers lose series in 4.
Damn. Yeah, they did get swept.
Thunder lose series in 7. You could have thrown all those little notes in at the bottom. Hey, Clippers, beat Dallas in 7. You would have thrown it would have changed the complexion of this highlight video quite a bit.
Yeah, but like I said, he's clearing his name tonight. I'm staking my claim for
and you know what?
For my Clippers, my clip joints.
They're be honest, baby. Gotta be honest, man. I think you're right. I think the Clippers win. I got to be honest, as opposed to lying to you.
Yeah, please don't lie to me.
Yeah, got to be. I don't know why we say. I got to be honest. It's the same thing as I got to ask you a question.
I just said I got to be honest.
We do that all the time. I got to be honest. Well, good. You're not lying to me. I got to ask you a question. Well, good. You're the interviewer. Like, ask me a question. It's like when Kenny says, "I just got to say this real quick." No, you don't. It's your show. We've got 4 hours. Take as much time as you need. We like when we talk, like whether I don't even think this is broadcaster talk. I think this is just people talk. Like we have these strange hiccups. Like, hey, tell me about. Hey, can you tell me about that bottle behind you? No, ask me a question about the bottle behind me. We fall into these lazy ass ways of talking. I'll be honest here with you, Kenny. Because if I don't preface this, I was lying.
Yeah,
but I do. I think the Clippers beat the Jazz. And I mentioned this to you yesterday. Immediately, my concern when Donovan Mitchell goes to the podium and is openly talking about, again, full context, he was asked and he responded with a very honest answer, almost too honest. I thought, and now he's listed as questionable. Of course, questionable isn't the end of the world when it comes to the power rankings of player availability before a game.
Right.
But Donovan, obviously, he for him to openly talk about it, he didn't play bad last game, but in the way we've seen what's his name again?
Donovan.
Thank you, Donovan Mitchell. The way we've seen him play in the postseason, it did look like a step down from what we've seen from him.
Yeah.
And so now it's like, okay, what can he muster up in a game, in a potential series-ending situation? Does he have enough left in the gas, and is anybody on that roster going to be able to help him? And I think Mike Conley is questionable, which is an upgrade from where he's been. So that's obviously important for where they're at. But I don't know.
I mean, that Donovan Mitchell thing, that's tough. And I just look at it where.
That's another thing we do, by the way. We end a sentence by going, I don't know. There no like instead of just having a definitive statement, we feel like we have to end it. Yeah, it's tough for Donovan Mitchell. I don't know. No, just end the sentence, stupid. Stop talking.
My grandmother hates, and she would lose her mind during NBA press conferences. Is and
Oh yeah.
I was. We played hard out there, and no, I don't know. That's why I'm asking you to tell me. She'd lose her mind. Still does.
I understand. We got to be better. We got to be better speakers. All of us. Everybody should have to take a public speaking course. Whether you have an interest.
I'm sure I did. Yeah, I took one.
I took public speaking, and I think I took a debate class. The debate class was tough. I
almost took one. I took one.
Real.
I took a government class with Mr. Blonsky.
And McClatchy.
Yeah.
Right. I took public speaking in debate in college, junior college.
Ramsey says that Luka Doncic is the king of I'm going to stall out Luka just a little bit.
Yeah,
this is like fourth language,
right? Like what did James told us yesterday that was it Bogey who didn't know what the term snowball meant? Like Sean Cunningham was talking about things snowballing, and Bogey was like, "Wait, what?" I mean, Luka gets a pass on that.
Yeah.
Luka gets a pass on that. I don't get a pass on that. Kenny doesn't get a pass on that. And
I'm pretty sure I say a lot more than
I don't think you do. I don't think you do.
Well,
Oh, you do that, but that like that's a bit. That's a bit. That's like it's cool. It's cool. What do you want?
Hey, I will say this.
Cool.
I will say this. I have been kind of, I don't want to say infatuated, but I've been really interested in this Dallas Mavericks situation. I think it comes more so from the fact that I am an Art of War person, even though I haven't read the book. I want to read that. But you have to know your enemies as well.
Right after you watch The Office. You're going to get to the Art of War.
I got a busy summer,
It's going to be Kenny Summer. The Office.
I got a busy summer.
Art of War.
The Office was, so true story. Last night was one of those nights where everything was done at like 8 o'clock. The Giants played a day game. So
yeah, that game was over when the show ended.
Yeah.
We had the Giants update before we left.
And I was scrolling through the TV to watch something. I saw The Office. I almost clicked on it, but I was like, no, I want to go from the start. I don't know where this episode is at. I want to go from the start. That's when I want that to be my introduction to The Office. But they had one of those things, you know, I like USA will play like Modern Family for, you know, 4
hours. Yeah.
I think it was like that for The Office. And I was like, let me tap in. But I was like, nah, I'm gonna go from the start. So I didn't watch it last night.
That's the right way to do it, man. Go to the Peacock app. Enjoy it. I was watching episodes of Snowfall last night.
Bobby Hill, Kenny reading Art of War like LeBron.
So, Kenny, how was page 1?
Man, there was so much in there.
Well,
you know,
KC, Caraway Compound got a Peloton, right? I'm going to need Jazz to snap a picture of Kenny on the Peloton on page 1
with
of
no
the Art
sweat
of War.
on me.
No sweat. Not a bead of sweat inside. And you got to put the earbuds in. You got to put the headphones in because not only are you reading Malcolm X on the exercise bike, you're clearly listening to something in your Power Beats headphones.
KC, what's the best part of Art of War to you? Wow, man, it's just so much. I mean, when it's like war, but it's when you talk about war, it's just so much that goes into it. It's really crazy.
But then when they made the art, like when they had like the artist was painting the picture of war. And yeah, I mean, there's just so much. I can't. It's like there's just so many lines.
There's just too much in there.
There's just so many lines. Like I don't know what my favorite is. Yeah, LeBron, literally give me one. They're all too good. They're all too good. And with that said, I got to be honest with you all. We'll be back. We'll talk more. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320. Another opportunity. Man, it's Friday.
It's Friday, baby.
It's Juneteenth. Can we get a glass of McQueen in the Father Fog Gym for the 3 o'clock hour? I mean, we could get the bamboo cream. I mean, it is happy hour.
The bamboo cream.
Happy hour.
Weekend for me. I'm just gonna be honest with you.
I don't think so.
I'm just gonna be honest with you.
Thank you for not lying to us. Back with more of D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, and we're always honest with you. It's ESPN 1320.
Hey, man, everybody is talking about refinancing their homes, taking out equity, or getting mortgages because interest rates are currently below 3% APR. Now, before you go to your bank, go visit GoCityCenter.com today. I know my broker at City Center Financial is looking out for me and trying to get me the best rate possible by comparing offers from many banks. So making sure that I get the best deal. Your first step to refinancing or buying a home should start at GoCityCenter.com. That's GoCityCenter.com. At City Center Financial, you're in good hands with experts that have been successful helping families with their refinance and home buying needs and goals for over 20 years now. So if you're thinking about refinancing to fix up your home or take out some of that equity, you have to reach out to City Center Financial at GoCityCenter.com. Rates could rise soon. So now is the time to get a free consultation with an expert at GoCityCenter.com today. City Center Financial, the most options and the best rates. Cal BRE number 018375543, NMLS 353383.
Boy, that is a challenging ass read.
You see, I had to slow that down.
And two, y'all are trash for not telling me that I put up the City Center financial read when Kenny must have done a. Did you do a McQueen read earlier, or did you have two of these?
No, I did McQueen earlier.
Just with the City Center financial.
No, I thought McQueen was up when you did that.
Nope, sure wasn't.
What?
No, McQueen was not up. Was it?
I think it was because you left and the banner was still up. I think McQueen.
I
was
think
up.
City Center Financial was up, but we'll check.
Yeah, I think you're good.
Oh, okay.
You're good.
I thought you said there was no City Center today.
Yeah.
And
Came
then
out of nowhere.
Okay.
Gotta do what I gotta do.
Oh, yes, yeah, we'll get him. Yeah, we'll get him. Yeah, we'll get him.
Let me charge my phone. It's about to die.
Ooh. Are there people there? Ramsey, we gave the word, fam. You got to pay attention. We gave the word. I just did it really quickly because we had Mark Jones on the line. No, I said it. I definitely said it. I see Cole Beasley as being. Well, never mind. I'll keep that to myself. Oh no, John Stockton too. I saw. Oh John. John Stockton. I saw. Oh, this is great. Will Gullery tweeted John Stockton doing his significant research, and it's LeBron on page 1 of all of the books. I saw Greg tweet this, and I wasn't sure the context of it. It said, imagine how cool it must be for John Stockton to know that no matter how insane his views are, he'll never be the most problematic Utah Jazz legend.
Yeah, John Stockton, wow, right now.
John Stockton is in this particularly over-the-top anti-vax documentary trailer about my significant amount of research. Like, genuinely curious, what do y'all think is going to happen? Like, y'all what do you think is going to happen? Like, you've been inserted with a chip? That's what my doctor, the guy who gave me the shot, he listened to the show. I think I text you this. He listened to the show. He goes, if you get any static, that means I just inserted a chip in your arm. And he laughed about it, and that was it. Yes, indeed it does. Live on the Odyssey app, live on 1320 AM, live on Twitch, live on YouTube, live with you here till 4 o'clock. We appreciate you being with us. What a busy 2 o'clock hour it was as we Mark Jones, Jason Jones, Mac Jones is going to join us here in 5 minutes. Mike Jones going to join us shortly after that. Mrs. Jones will be with us later. Kenny's no selling all of these jokes, so I guess I'll move on.
I was reading.
That's fine.
The chat.
I see when you're distracted. That's fine. I know when the chat gets you distracted. It's fine.
This is Mrs. Jones.
On this day in 2013, the Allen Iverson, the Allen Iverson. Just okay. Ready?
Let's go.
3, 2, and action. On this day in 2013, the Ray Allen 3 against San Antonio.
This classifies as one. Where were you watching that shot? Do you remember?
Yeah, I was in Connecticut in the apartment, up late. And I remember wanting to just be done. Like, I wanted to go to bed. But like it's like, wait a minute, like something's happening here, and the free throws were missed, and I'm like, oh, what's going on here? And the the tape is out, the barricades are out, they're getting ready to shut everything down, and I'm standing up. I'm ready. I'm not watching the celebration. I want to see the end, and I'm going to bed. Ray Allen hits I'm standing up, ready for this to be over. Ray Allen hits the three, and I couldn't react because there were other people in the house. They were asleep. So it was like, oh, okay. So I sat down and
we gonna keep
the
doing
rest of it. Yeah, we going, and I knew when that shot went in, I was like, yeah, that's it.
That
is it.
I was at San Francisco. No, I was at LAX on my way up to San Francisco. We had boarded the plane with like, I don't know, sometime in the fourth quarter. And I was like, dang, man, I'm gonna miss the rest of the game. And then something happened and we got off. Like there was a delay somewhere and we had to get off. I raced off that plane, went to the nearest little TV, got there with about 2 minutes to go in the fourth quarter and saw all that in the in LAX. That was a pretty dope moment. One thing that I remember from LeBron in Miami, because there was that game, and then there was a game last night with the Thunder and the Heat in the finals on. And LeBron was in Miami, he was like the most skittish, nervous, most dominant player I see. It is a completely different demeanor than what he has today.
I think especially early, because remember, that was the first one.
Mm-hmm.
That Thunder one was the first one.
Mm-hmm.
And they lost game one.
Yeah.
So I'm sure there was a certain, a certain vibe to them that I think went away. Because, we all remember the Ray Allen three. Everybody, and rightfully so. It's just a phenomenal play. The placement of Ray Allen's feet, the whereabout, it's just incredible to go back and watch. But lost in it, we all know the end result. Miami wins the championship in game 7.
Mm-hmm.
But what we often forget, LeBron had 37 and 12 in that game 7. Yeah. And the Heat won 95-88, and they pulled away late because of LeBron. It's one of his
game winner, basically.
It's one of his great game set. Like we remember the Boston series, the block. This is one of his great game 7 performances.
Yeah.
It just happened right after the Ray Allen 3, so nobody remembers. It happens the game after the Ray Allen 3, so people don't remember it.
I wonder, do you get the same sense that even in that game 7, like I watched LeBron and I feel his nervous energy coming off the TV, and you compare that to the 2016 NBA Finals, and it just looks so much more composed, so much more confident, so much more sure of himself than any time in Miami. Even because San Antonio was going to be the second championship for him, so he'd already won one.
Right.
But it was just this uneasiness. I know if you go back and you see, even in that San Antonio game, this is what's so baffling by it, because he had like 14 points in the fourth quarter, brought him back in that game 6 to tie it or whatever. He has some ridiculous bricks at the end of that game. Mm-hmm. One of them, he hit a 3 that got him to within 2 before Kawhi missed one of the 2 layups or whatever. But the 3 that he took before Ray Allen was a brick. I think before that, he had one that hit the side or hit the backboard only, came back to him, he hit the shot. It's a weird dynamic. It was completely not what we saw once we got to Cleveland. Cleveland, he was like almost a made man, and he was
the second state.
Yeah,
in Cleveland,
he was so sure of himself. He was so confident in himself and in control, as opposed to what happened in Miami.
Let's get our man Mitch in here. Mitch from Jersey. Mitch, what's going on, man?
Brick City.
Happy Friday.
Indeed.
Happy Friday, man.
Thanks for taking my call. Well, first of all, I hope the Kings would draft USC center, Howard Forward, and Mobley. Hook him up with a Chimitzi Metu. Can I say his name?
Mm-hmm.
Close enough.
Yeah, okay. Thanks. I think that's so close, the Kings. And with the NBA playoffs, DG, it's finally come through. Why are they playing DeMarcus Cousins and the rest of the bench, especially Cousins? I want to see get in. If he's healthy, he's better than the center for Utah, in the heyday at least. And with one thing with Ben Simmons, like they have a designated hitter in baseball, they should have a designated shooter for him. He doesn't even want to shoot. I hope they didn't pay him a lot of money yet.
Oh, they did. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That ship has sailed, Mitch. That ship has sailed. I'm always so anxious to hear what Mitch is going to say when he calls.
Mistakes, man.
But he brings up he does bring up a good point in there. We got really excited when DeMarcus was playing. Mm-hmm. Like 4 minutes went to it, and then it just that's it.
It's part of Ty Lue, man. Ty Lue deserves credit because he makes these adjustments within the series, and he'll try some things maybe in the first game or two. He'll see what works, and it seems like after that he makes different adjustments. And trying DeMarcus was one attempt, and he ain't gone back to him since. I
had a Ty Lue note. I don't know where I put it.
Was it his game 7 record?
No, it was his closeout games. Mm-hmm. He's 11-1. He's 11-1 in closeout games.
This boy Ty Lue. I think I might have to change everything I've ever said about Ty Lue.
I think it's about time. It's Juneteenth. It's about time, Kenny. It's about time.
I'll say this about Ty Lue. He is a clutch coach. He is a coach made for the postseason. He understands series and when to make adjustments in the middle of the series, and it typically is the right adjustment.
That's easily the best win percentage by a coach in NBA history in potential series clinching games with a minimum of 10 games played. Ty Lue's only loss in those situations was versus the Pacers in Game 6 of the 2018 first round as the Cleveland Cavaliers head coach. Oh, that famous time that the Pacers pushed the LeBron James, because it's not even the Cleveland Cavaliers. Right. It's the Pacers pushed LeBron James to a 7th game, as you were just talking about. And you're right. Like, I think he was uncomfortable. You were talking about watching the Thunder, and I think he was uncomfortable his first couple of years in Miami. And I actually felt like he was uncomfortable all the way until that last year in Miami. Because remember, he tried to play the villain and he tried to be the heel, like intentionally. Now I think sometimes he accidentally is a heel. But like in the first year, he was, we're the bad guys. And that's not like, it didn't fit. Right. And then he tried to go back to being LeBron James, the good guy. And people were still mad at take my talents to South Beach. And I think by the time he got to his 4th year in Miami, he was comfortable. And I also think by the time he got to his 4th year in Miami, he knew he was going home. Mm-hmm. He knew he was going back to Cleveland. So he was good where he was at. We've got to do something. Normally I don't do this, but we're going to step out for a quick minute. We're going to reset. We're going to come back, and we're going to have your opportunity to win $1,000 here as D-Lo and KC continue on this happy hour this Friday.
Yes, indeed.
On Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I got it. You know it's the best Kings talk, and it's the best talk for preparing for your weekend ahead. As a matter of fact, it's 3 o'clock. And around here, D-Lo and Casey, 3 o'clock is happy hour. So if you're at the house, if you're still working from home, go grab that bottle of McQueen and the Violet Fog gin, mix you a little something up, sit back, watch us on Twitch, watch us on YouTube, listen on the Odyssey app, listen on 1320 AM, and most importantly, share your recipe with us. Again, it's happy hour. Let us know what you're sipping on. What are you doing? A little tonic water mixed with the McQueen and the Violet Fog. Maybe you're putting some fruit in there to add that little extra flavor. Maybe you're doing the Kenny Caraway drink where you're mixing it with some strawberry lemonade. Doesn't matter what it is. It's going to taste fantastic because this Brazilian gin is produced in limited batches of less than 55 cases per distillation. It's what we mean when we say they don't make much, but what they do make is damn good. It's too damn hot to go outside. So go to drizzly.com and have yours delivered. If you're already outside, just stop by your favorite store and grab some. Put together those recipes, take those pictures, send them our way at D-Lo and KC and at McQueen Violet Fog. After 500 years, it's time for a new gin. It's time for McQueen and the Violet Fog. D-Lo and KC, KIFM. We remind you, be responsible. Don't drink and drive.
I love McQueen. McQueen is really good.
That's legit, man. We need it. So we're gonna go till 3:28 here.
No.
Nah, that's a little too. That's too many in a row to hit that 13. So let's go to 3:28, and then we'll go to 55. So this will be a little different than normal. Okay, cool. Cooley High. Y'all
never
in
seen
here?
it. That's a bad job by me.
Cooley High Harmony. I saw it once. Cooley High Harmony. Cooley High Harmony. I've listened to that 1,000,000 times.
Motown Philly back again. Go.
Yeah.
Yes, do you have any idea how big Boyz II Men were?
Jeez. I invited Jesse over this weekend. He's like, man, I'm not going to hang out with you, old man. Man, what you talking about? Please. I invited Casey over, and he was just like, no.
That is cap.
Jesse was like, I ain't going to hang out with you old dudes, man. Give me a break.
That is the biggest cap of all time. I'm not going to be in town. Oh, shit. That would have me eating noodles.
Oh, man.
That'd have me eating noodles, ramen noodles. Putting the car in the shop, boy. I was thinking about it the other day. I was thinking about Boyz II Men randomly. Remember they had the song with Mariah that like broke records?
One Sweet Day? Yeah.
It like broke all-time records for like being number one consecutive weeks. And I don't remember the last time I heard that song. But somehow it was the biggest thing ever.
Yeah, that one don't. It's a slow record. It's like a record you play when someone passes away. Like I don't know how that hit the way that it did either. But I mean, I was listening to it.
It was huge,
loudly. Man, yeah.
They're like the
That's Jay Will.
Oh yeah. You know what I'm saying.
Miss P in California, man. She don't want to leave.
Come on, man. Move out here, Miss.
I tell her, I was like, it's gonna cost you. As long as you're willing to pay for it. Come on.
Is it more expensive than where she at?
Oh, that's a good point. I forgot where she was at. You know what? It
might be a little bit less.
It's not less. It's probably close. It's probably close. It's probably close. Yeah, it's expensive out there. Traffic better here though.
But you don't have no.
I'm always scared when John says check Twitter. Oh goodness.
When
that weekend hits, let's go. I forgot to get my McQueen during that commercial break. We're supposed to make this happy hour, man. It's 3:00. We've got your opportunity to win $1,000 coming up in just 8 minutes. Coming up in 7 minutes, as I can read a clock. If you want to get in on these phone lines for the final hour here on this Friday, we'd love to hear from you. 916-349-1320. You can watch along with the show. We hope that you'll hit the follow, the subscribe, the thumbs up, the heart, all of that good stuff. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320. We're literally begging for likes. That's what we do here. When we remind you to go check out
the
those
numbers
channels.
are sweet though.
Oh yeah.
I'd say this, giving a shout out to the people who are in here every day showing love or whatever. I was just perusing and I was just looking. I was like, man, y'all showing love. Y'all showing about as much love as for this show as anything in the city, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, we say this all the time, man. Y'all built this station. I mean, this was, when Whitey and Mark and those guys were let go and they were just airing ESPN stuff. It was kind of like, all right, it's there. We listen to it and it did well. I mean, people listen to this station, but Sacramento, we talk about this all the time. Sacramento has always been about their own. It's like, that's our guy. Like De'Aaron is our guy. Why? He ain't from here. Nope. But he said he wanted to be here. Tyrese wanted to be here. That's our guy. Like we embrace like, we're Sacramento. That's McClatchy. You know what I mean? Like there's Sacramento people here and they want people here talking about the Kings. So when we started the show, it was like cool 2 hours, like everybody kind of dipping their toe in the water. Let's see what happens. And then it was like, oh, people are digging it. Okay, let's go to 4 hours. Great. When we go to 4 hours, let's do this video thing because we think the video thing can be really, really big.
Yeah.
And y'all made it big. I mean, it's like there's no other way to put it. Like y'all blew this video. We went from 0 to 700, and we joke about those buy followers. We get that Twitch spam. There's no bought followers on ESPN 1320. You know what I mean? Like, the reason people buy followers on YouTube is because once you get to 1,000, you start making money off of that revenue. But when you realize you've got a couple of thousand followers and no one's watching, or the same 100 people are watching every day, it becomes,
yeah, money ain't adding up.
Follower, literally, because you can have, those fake followers, but if the views, YouTube's looking at you like, yo, we're not paying you for this. Yeah. So we're building this up, man, and we get to that 1,000 marker and show the company like, look, we created a brand new revenue stream that didn't even exist for you. They created Shy the Man, yeah, okay, Leezy, Ramsey, David, the whole crew that's in here on Twitch and YouTube, and John Bull.
Oh, Cheryl in Baltimore, Aceberg Slim in New York.
Man.
We everywhere. We got Rich in Baton Rouge, man. Come on, man. We end up being a national show. We ain't even trying to be a national show. We being local, but we everywhere.
Well, when you're a national show, you got to say things like Vlade Divac is in charge of the Sacramento Kings, and De'Aaron Fox hates it here. That's what you do when you're national shows. When you go national, you no longer know what you're talking about. That's what happens. And unfortunately, we became painfully aware of that today.
De'Aaron Fox, 25, 3, and 7 assists. Yep. I mean, I think that's an even swap, and I think it's an upgrade because now you have an offensively minded point guard that can get wherever he wants, and he hates Sacramento.
He hates Sacramento.
Would you trade Ben Simmons to Sacramento for De'Aaron Fox?
De'Aaron Fox, I would do that. I would do that.
You know what I'm saying? De'Aaron Fox is not happy there.
He's not. And when
Body still running that, he should have been fired, man. Body Divas, I don't know what type of naked pictures or some type of inappropriate things he got on them, man. But him and Matt Millen, some people I just don't understand.
Matt Millen. That's what you do when you're a national show right there. That's what you do. That's what you do. You say things like that.
We're good there. That's some funny stuff, man.
We're really good there.
Funny stuff.
But we have fun, man. We try to interact like this. So that's a lot of people on the radio think it's about them, man. It's about y'all, and we try to have fun. We try to make it fun. We try to make fun of Bart Scott. We'd love to have Bart Scott on the show. I'd love to know what the hell he was talking about right there. You know who I really do want on the show, and I don't know if he'd be a good happy hour guy. But I really have grown to love Kendrick Perkins.
Oh, yeah.
I enjoy and I love how, carry on. Like he hits you with something. Oh, carry on. Yeah, no, I told y'all Ben Simmons was whack a year ago. Carry on. Giannis Antetokounmpo ain't a number one guy. He's a Robin. Chris Middleton is the guy. Carry on.
He lost his damn mind.
But okay. But that's all right. That's all right.
And I love when he talks, especially because everything is Zoom nowadays. So he'll talk and he'll start yelling at you, and he'll go, "Hey, I'm just telling you, I don't know what Giannis was out there doing, but when he's out there, he's one of the best guys on the court." All right, Perk, you don't have to yell at him.
But that's like his constant tone. I mean, even when he's struggling, it's
Big Vucevic.
The favorite clip ever. Perk. We're gonna get Perk on this show, man.
Yeah, I fool with Perk though, man. I like Perk. I do.
Bart Scott said De'Aaron Fox doesn't like the picks Vlade says. Oh, that's great. Man. That's great. Well done, Mark.
So I was thinking about something here, and I wanted to make sure I asked you this, and I'm gonna ask it. We'll make sure everybody gets taken care of, and then I want you to answer it.
Okay.
Who's winning the NBA championship?
We'll throw that to the phone lines, 916-349-1320. Chat, Twitch, YouTube.
And I
love
what's changed in like 10 days.
I love my answer. I don't know. I don't. We have the bet on the Bucks, which is whatever. But if the Bucks get past this series, if the Bucks win tomorrow, I think they win. I think they still won
too.
But how does that? Okay, Timeout.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
All right, the Summer of Cash contest rolls along here. Your final opportunity of the week. And no worries, we're going to have more opportunities for you to win $1,000 next week here with D-Lo and Casey every hour that we are on the air. Right now, you got to text the word rock. 72881. That's rock, as in if you smell what the rock is cooking. To 72881. This is a multi-state contest. Message and data rates apply. And remember, don't text and drive. I feel like we had that word already.
Might have.
Which means maybe somebody called an audible.
Yeah, they might say, hey, don't be making them no more words.
maybe after Danny in San Francisco got a hold of corporate, someone thought, hey, you know what? Maybe freedom on Friday isn't a good idea. Let's just change it to rock. Let's not use that. Let's drop freedom.
Oh man.
Hey, what's the 4 o'clock word? Shackles? Nope. Nope. Let's change that word also.
Well, the WBC, they haven't changed their belt.
Jeez, dude. We laughed about if you stuck around on the stream, you saw we were pretty pissed when the show was over. Like we laughed it off at first, and then it started
we didn't know.
It started to sink in what happened. And shout out to our man Danny. He was on top of it from the get-go and was like, yo, this cannot happen. Like he called up to make sure that this garbage is embarrassing, and that type of stuff can't happen again.
Yeah, shout out to Danny in San Francisco, man, our guy.
Danny in Placer County. I think he's on a wilderness retreat or something like that with the rest of the company.
Tuning the dial.
He is. He's actually going to be here Friday, and he sounded so thrilled about it too, being here on Friday and Monday as well for big manager meetings, department heads. Hey man, that's your problem, not ours. We just here doing a radio show. Don't mind us. And I'm trying to stall so I don't have to answer your question.
But the good thing about it is you can't stall for. It's more than a minute this time. We got another 15 minutes.
Yeah, so we got a minute.
Answer.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go with Milwaukee.
So that's kind of where I was gonna go. The winner of Game 7 wins the finals, because wasn't that our original statement anyways? The winner of this series will go on to win the NBA championship.
Completely different feel though now.
I've lost, yes, because of Brooklyn's injuries, the ups and downs of Milwaukee, but more definitive than anything for me, and obviously I'm giving the Clippers not enough credit. I'm not giving the Phoenix Suns, who are the only team, by the way, already in the conference finals.
Yeah, right. That might be the best answer.
The team, for real, the team that I've lost the most confidence in is Philly. Mm. I don't know what the hell is going to happen with the Philadelphia 76ers tonight.
I couldn't imagine them winning an NBA championship now.
But if you told me the 76ers are losing by 30 tonight, I'd be like, yeah, I get it. If you told me the 76ers are winning by 30 tonight, I'd be like, yeah, I get it. I don't know what to do with this team. I think they're going to win tonight big, which is the kiss of death, because I've overvalued Philly all year long. Mm-hmm. I've undervalued Atlanta all year long. I've been wrong about every single thing I've said about Atlanta. So that tells you what you need to know about my thoughts and predictions about tonight's game. But I feel like Philly gets this one. I have no idea what happens in Game 7, but that means they got to win in Atlanta. In Atlanta been turned up.
Oh yeah, it's lit.
They've been open.
Quavo gonna be courtside. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? He was courtside in Philly. You know what I mean? So yeah, Atlanta is gonna be turned all the way up. I still don't think Atlanta is. I don't want to say not good, because they're definitely a good team, but I can't imagine it being better than Philly. But they might just be better right now, and that's all that matters.
I think I'd rank them last of all the remaining teams, and that includes Utah.
You'd rank them below the Clippers?
Yes, absolutely. Okay. Absolutely.
That one's kind of crazy. Like the Clippers, like they could do it, but that'd be kind of crazy if the Clippers got to the NBA Finals with no Kawhi.
And you know what's funny? When I said Milwaukee, I wasn't thinking about it. It wasn't until we just said that thing about Atlanta that it dawned on me Kawhi's not there.
Yeah,
I forgot that Kawhi's not there.
Right. That's the issue. That would be pretty crazy if they got to the NBA Finals, because essentially right now their second best player is Reggie Jackson.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and he's played well. He stepped up. Like, hey, when your number's called,
absolutely,
let's go.
He is balling.
Let's go.
Yeah, Atlanta's popping off. And talking about Quavo being at courtside in Philly, I just had another random question here.
Mm-hmm.
Who's the celebrity guy right now? Is there one? You know, for so long it was Spike or Jack Nicholson. I always get that confused. Jack Nicholson in LA.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, is it Quavo?
I mean, who else is there? Does Billy
Spike
Crystal? Well, what
Billy
is Spike?
I
was gonna say, oh, you mean in the league or you mean left?
In the league, we go in the league.
Oh, it's not Quavo. It's still Drake.
Drizzy.
It's still Drake.
That's a great call. It is.
Yeah,
Drake.
it's still Drake.
Drizzy was at Sierra Canyon all week.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. Boy, that's a spectacle unlike any other, man.
They lost both games, both playoff games.
Maybe Drake. Well, that's on brand with Drake. That is absolutely on brand with him. 916-349-1320. He's the show's Drake. He's Manny the Serial Connection. Manny, what's good?
Hey, what's up, y'all? Happy Friday.
Manny always sounds like he's in pain. Manny, you always sound like you're in pain when the call starts. Like, what's up?
Today, I think.
I've been in Elk Grove I've been on these Elk Grove outside all day, man. I had crew.
What's Kenny got you working outside the house now? Okay, I see how it is.
Appreciate you, big dog. Appreciate you.
I was about to do an old school. Yo, Kenny, you home?
Hey, I hit you back. You never hit me back. Come on, man.
Yeah, well, I just wanted you to feel what I feel all the time. That's all.
Stop it.
So, let's get a question, because this is kind of I'm thinking like NBA nightmares. Like, I don't think the NBA wants Atlanta to win, right? Like, as far as ratings and stuff, like going to the next round. I don't know if Trey holds that much ratings wise, but like for y'all, team wise, like what's worst case scenario with all these injuries going down? Brooklyn could be out of it. Like, what's like finals wise?
Easy.
What's the finals? You're just like, I don't want to watch this.
If Atlanta and Utah somehow wind up in the finals, that's the one that I mean, and that's not a knock on Donovan, Trey, not a knock on either of those teams. Right. I'm assuming you're talking about national appeal. That has none.
For sure.
None.
Yeah, that's true.
I appreciate you, Manny. Thank you, buddy. Go. Tell Kenny to give you a break once in a while and out there fixing the internet in Elk Grove. But we appreciate it. Long overdue.
We working.
All we got to do is fix the phone in the studio, man, and we'll be golden. Show's only been on the air for like a year now,
and then we'll be ready to go back into the studio.
Right? Okay, guys, come on in. Plain ass like beige backgrounds.
It's gonna be a vibe.
Not a bottle in sight, like nothing. Like, yeah, guys,
it's gonna be a vibe when they get us back in there.
Oh, when it's real. Yeah. No, like if they send us into this studio now, it'd be all bad. McQueen would probably be like, "Hey, we're good. We don't." Yeah, Jesse, you fit the In Living Color thing from last week. Remember Anton the bum. And he'd show you how to make it. You know, he'd have the boxes, and that'd be his house. And this is the bathroom over here. That's the ESPN 1320 studio right now that Jesse works in.
We still got a Levitard picture up here. Levitard left ESPN.
If you look hard enough, I'm sure there's a Mike and Mike picture somewhere. Is there a picture of Golic and Wingo hanging directly behind you? Yeah. So point being, it wouldn't be very sexy, and it's not very. There's not a lot of room in there either. It's a pretty small studio for all three of us to be. It would be deathly hot right now. We'd be a super spreader in ourselves just because the room is so damn small. They just contacted the virus because the room is so small. None of them were sick. It's just the virus made its way into this small little area. But they're building us something new, man, and we can't wait to be in there. It's going to be a while. So right now, you got us here, baby.
We didn't hook it up, but when you talk about the finals, though, I think you had it spot on. It's Jazz in Atlanta. Yeah, that's spot on. Ironically enough, there's a part of me that feels like Brooklyn should not be the team that brings New York its first parade in 40 years.
Here he goes. Okay.
That don't feel right. That don't feel right.
Okay, I get it, and it might not be. It's dumb. As someone who does not, care whether the New York Knicks win or not, that whole idea is dumb, and it's not the first time the Brooklyn Nets idea has come about. Like, don't you forget don't you remember the super duper ooper team?
I do, yeah.
Which was just an old version of the Boston Celtics.
An old version.
That's what I said. An old version of the Boston Celtics.
I'm just clarifying for everybody. Not the old Celtics. The too damn old.
Yeah, the older version of the Boston Celtics.
I mean, there's that. I mean, think about some of these second-rate teams in cities that have done it before. So, look at was Southern California jumping for joy when the Angels won the World Series? No, it meant more when the Dodgers won the World Series. Mm-hmm. Chicago was cool. They celebrated, but it wasn't the same when the White Sox won as when the Cubs won.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
Brooklyn, they're going to have the parade all in Brooklyn. Now, the ironic thing about that is with Brooklyn, as you know, they can have the parade in Brooklyn. Like, it won't.
Oh, yeah.
It won't dip in
oh,
the
my God. No.
Nope.
My gosh. You'd be better off. You'd be better off not just having it only in Brooklyn.
Yeah, it's not crossing the bridge.
It doesn't need to.
Absolutely not. So
Brooklyn is
maybe that
insane.
might be where how it gets taken care of. It'll stay in Brooklyn. That'll be fine. And when the Knicks win their championship, when Luka and Giannis team up with the Knicks, then it'll be all down Manhattan. What they call it the Canyon of Champions or something like that.
Okay, Keyshawn, who calls it that?
That's what it's called. The
what's called the Canyon?
Exactly. Somewhere in Manhattan, when they go down, it's the Canyon of Champions or something like that.
How many champions are there? What was it, Joe Namath and Willis Reed?
Oh no, the Yankees won a bunch of them.
Oh, that's of course the Yankees are there.
The Yankees routinely went down the Canyon of Champions.
And really now that makes more sense. Just call it Canyon of Yankees, and let's not lump.
Giants went down there.
Let's not lump all the Giants. Yeah, the Giants won a couple.
Yeah,
fair enough. Call it the Canyon of Eli Manning. Eli, Hall of Famer. Hall of Famer.
Wow.
What a world. What a world. 916-349-1320 if you want to get in on this conversation. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320. So I told you how I felt about Philly. Philly, Atlanta tonight. Are we getting another game? What's happening?
I think we're getting another game.
Okay. I think so too.
Philly should win this series.
The one thing, though, other than blow, I guess Philly does two things. Blow leads, but they do respond. You know what I mean? Like they've responded.
Yeah.
Now it would be cool if they responded for 48 minutes.
Right.
That would be huge.
Yeah, instead of 15 or
whatever. I felt like this last night too, and I'm absolutely going to feel like this in about an hour. I don't even know if it's that long when the game starts. About an hour from now. The Bucks were up, and I was still like, okay, let's wait and see. Like, I've seen this before. I just saw it last night. I just saw it a couple of nights ago with these same two teams. Let's wait and see. And as the Bucks, the gap closed a little bit, and then the Bucks turned it back on, and the Bucks were able to shut them down. So obviously there was a point where it's like, okay, the Bucks got this one in hand. I don't care how many Philly go up by tonight. They went up 26 and lost.
Yeah, it don't matter. They'll blow it anytime.
You got to be on the edge. This team going to be up 26 at the start of the fourth quarter. I'm still going to be on the edge of my seat. They going. I need to be sure. I can't turn away. I can't put on an episode of Snowfall because I need to see. I need to see if they collapse here.
And that unfortunately, I mean, that's when you got a Doc Rivers team.
Leave that man alone. It's Juneteenth. What are you doing?
Saying, man. I'm just saying it is what it is.
Wow.
Make McQueen a black coach too.
You say that about Juneteenth. You say that on Juneteenth about Doc Rivers. It's shameful. Shameful.
I was about to ask you something. I was about to ask you something. Oh,
God, I hope Doc. I'm gonna let you finish. I hope Doc doesn't blow another series lead, dude. Like, I'm running out of ways to defend him. And I know Ben Simmons stinks, and I know there are so many other things going on right there. Alexa, calm down. Alexa, we're doing a radio show right now.
Absolutely, calm down.
I can't. I don't want to see Doc lose again.
I mean, I like Doc. I don't have no problem with him. So I want to see what's best for Doc as well.
I interrupted you.
Man,
go ahead.
Man, that would be tough for him to lose.
Talk about
a high profile series like this.
And we talk about Paul George potentially shedding a label. Man, Doc will just perpetuate it.
But how do we make sense of the championship?
The one?
Yeah.
Ray, Katie, or KG, excuse me, and Paul Pierce. He's not a bad coach. But it's also the other way you could look at it is, how do you make sense of the championship? Okay. I'll rephrase it using essentially the same words. How do you make sense of the championship? Like the one championship. It's not like the Celtics were broken apart in 2009.
Right.
Or 10. They were back in the finals.
Mm-hmm.
They lost the game 7 on the road. There's no shame in that.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, Doc Rivers will tell you, we've never lost a series with this starting lineup. What's that? Oh yeah, we're going to trade Kendrick Perkins. So we'll never get to test if my theory is actually true here. I interrupted you though. You were going to ask something. I want to know.
It wasn't nothing major. It could be said right now, matter of fact.
Okay.
Did you realize there was 3 straight 10-0 runs last night?
No, I did not.
Milwaukee went on a 10-0 run to get it to 15. Brooklyn went on a 10-0 run to get it to 5. Milwaukee went back on a 10-0 run to get it to 15.
Spectacular. I absolutely did not. I didn't pick up on that at all. That's fantastic. We'll come back. Our final thoughts on the games tonight, on the game 7 tomorrow, and your chance to get in here on the phone lines. 916-349. What's the number again?
916-349-1320.
Hasn't changed in 10 months. Unbelievable. Stilo and KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
All right, let me see what the hell that was.
Alexa. Hey, Alexa. Alexa won't talk to me. Alexa, are you mad at me? I don't even know how those things work. Like, does that work? Because I think with Siri, you have to say, hey, Siri. Yeah. Yeah. Now, see, like I have a home pod in the kitchen, and that's where all of the sound comes out of. So I hear Siri off in the distance. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Let's make them gifts, baby. Ramsey, not on Juneteenth, bro. Stop it. Stop it, Ramsey. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Yeah. Spider-Man. Excellent. I mean, I think Brad's a really good coach. I think Doc's a really good coach. I don't know. I think Brad is a better. I mean, I think one thing that's crazy about Doc, remember Doc was about to get fired.
Yeah.
Like Doc was this close to getting fired by Boston. Yeah, I mean, that's what Phil did. That's what, Gino Auriemma does that in college every year. Like there's something to be said for that. Eric Spoelstra was obviously great at it. I don't think I saw these. Did you see these?
No, I did not see that. I'm about to check that
I
out.
don't think I even knew that was a thing. Oh, there they are. Okay.
The Kings got one?
Are the Kings still in the league or no? Oh, there they are. The purple and black, bottom row, middle.
Let's see. Heritage jerseys.
I'll see if I can get it on the screen for y'all here real quick. Somebody see. It's going to be, you probably won't be able to see the Kings.
I'm like, money moves. Where did you find this?
The jersey?
Mm-hmm.
I just searched Heritage. It's on the screen. I doubt you'll be able to see it. The Kings are in the bottom row, middle.
They got black?
Nah, it's purple. It's purple with black Kings cursive across. I keep putting the mouse up here as if like this is a PowerPoint presentation and you're going to be able to see it. But it's right in the middle of the lower row. It's nice that we're just, hey, welcome back, purple, to the color scheme.
Yeah. Oh, there we go.
I think I'm the only person who likes purple.
That's not bad, but it has shades of that weak jersey that they had after 2002. I wasn't a fan of that. They should have never changed it.
I like the little spin on the Phoenix one. That's cool. I like that. I don't like that purple in Charlotte's jersey. I think it should be white.
Memphis coming strong again.
Yeah. Ooh. Mac Dre, one of them dudes. When that record come on, you just make faces. Like you don't even do nothing. You just start making faces. There's no way Mac Dre hits and you don't start making faces. That old Thiz face.
Yeah, especially on the West Coast. I don't know what's going on the East Coast, but on the West Coast, Mac Dre come on, everybody makes it.
You know what it is.
You know
what it is. Absolutely. Yeah. So your finals. So right now, today, June 18th, you've got the Bucks.
I got the Bucks against the Suns. That's what I'm going with.
Yeah. Is there, I mean, hypothetically, let's put the Suns unfairly. Let's put the Suns in the NBA finals. Do they match up well with anyone?
Well, yeah, I think they.
I mean, they've been underestimated all year, so it doesn't matter how we answer. But
yeah, I think the Suns match up pretty well. They got size, they got shooters, they got defenders, they got the point guard. Yeah, they match up well with anybody. Would
you pick Philly before Phoenix?
No, I think I pick Phoenix to win that series.
So in like power rankings, Milwaukee 1, would Phoenix be 2? Or would you ride with, like, if Brooklyn wins, would you go? Again, our original point, the winner of this series is going to win the NBA Finals. Are you still confident that Brooklyn can pull it off if they get through this?
It's crazy. I might go with Phoenix number 2.
Okay, that's
because Brooklyn is just not enough. Who knows when Kyrie's coming back, if he's coming back?
Well, Steve Nash said today. Steve Nash said today he's obviously out for Game 7. But Steve Nash did say today that he doesn't think it's a season-ending injury. Now, you lose tomorrow. It just happens to be a season-ending injury, but obviously he's talking about getting into the conference finals and anything happening after that. So,
I mean, but that also could mean, like, if they were able to get to the finals, he could come back. He might be out for the next series. So if he was able to only come back for the finals, technically it's not a season-ending injury, but
Yeah.
you got to get there first.
Yeah. It's been a wild couple of days in the NBA. And that's frustrating too. We were talking about Donovan Mitchell tonight. You run through is Phoenix. I mean, Chris Paul's injury feels like a really long time ago. We have no idea what Chris Paul's health is right now. Not relating to the shoulder. But is Phoenix the healthiest team now?
Phoenix,
I guess.
is the healthiest team. They don't really have anybody. Well, you got Chris Paul, but he'll be back, I would think. Atlanta lost Hunter for the season. Milwaukee lost DiVincenzo for the season. Those are both starters.
Yeah.
Phoenix isn't missing a starter.
Yeah. And then Philly's dealing with Joel's knee. Brooklyn's dealing with all sorts of things.
Philly, Danny Green as well.
Yeah, and Danny Green might return.
I think in this series?
No. No.
Yeah, well, it was like 2. They said 2 to 3 weeks initially.
Yeah, Danny Green might return in the playoffs.
Right.
But obviously they have business to attend to tonight.
It'd
and then
be
Utah.
crazy if the Clippers got in there.
That
would be a trip if Paul George were to lead them.
Blow it up and the Kings get Kawhi. Of course, he's in control of his contract this year. But
let me ask you this erroneous question. Leezy on the chat says 2021 championship is way more tainted than the bubbles. All these injuries. That's cap.
Yeah, it's cap. That's big cap.
The bubble is just looking like I ain't gonna say it's tainted or not like, but it is looking like this ain't it.
Bubble, we think differently. The bubble isn't tainted. It's different. If you have to tell the story of it. It's not. You'll never be able to tell the story of the Lakers winning that championship without telling the story of how they got there, why they were there. What in 20 years when you have to explain to someone where are they? Like, you can't just run B-roll on it. You have to explain, no, they're in Orlando. There was a global pandemic. That's why there's a bunch of video boards behind them. That's why everybody, these people are wearing masks and all of these different things are happening. Like, it's a part of the story. I'm not going to diminish it as if it doesn't count or if it's not real. It's just different. But injuries are a part of every year.
Things.
Yeah. Shoot, they
Baker
know.
In 2002, Chris Webber in 2003, and so on.
That injured rebound attempt that went to Robert Horry, the injured, the shot was injured. Who was injured was it Peja?
Peja was injured. Peja didn't come back.
Was Peja James Harden? Was it his hamstring?
It was an ankle. He rolled his
ankle. That's right. That's right.
Series before, I don't think Peja came back until game 5. And he was a shell of himself out there.
It's a part of the game, man. It sucks. It's no fun, but it's a part of the game. As our trades, as our firings. What a 3-day stretch it had been. We thought, that we had that wild morning with the Chris Paul news, the frustrating Kawhi Leonard stuff, the Donnie Nelson note, and we're like, man, what a wild shoot. Stan Van Gundy, I think, was that same morning. Scotty Brooks was that same morning. Both of those
crazy. And
then you're like, all right, okay. Settle down here by showtime, and we went about our business. Yesterday comes along, and it didn't really slow down. It was just like news and notes on top of news and notes. And this morning, we got a trade. There's a freaking trade this morning. We had Rick Carlisle stepping down yesterday, and we've got Kemba Walker being traded from Boston to Oklahoma City. So Brad Stevens' first move as the general manager, as the president of the Celtics, it's not to hire a coach. No. It's let's shed this salary a little bit. Let's fix our salary cap situation up. Let's get Al Horford back in a Boston Celtics uniform, and let's send Kemba Walker down to Oklahoma City.
Yeah, interesting trade. I didn't know Kemba would be traded. I didn't know if, at least this season, I didn't know if he was going to be able to be traded. Just with all the money and the years that were left on there, I thought maybe Boston might have to wait a year. But
that's probably
the price was if they gave a first-round pick that they'd be able to move them.
That's 100% what the price was. But another thing is also Oklahoma City. We had fun with Sacramento and presenting different ideas, but with OKC, obviously you want Kemba Walker to be healthy. you're Oklahoma City. You don't care if Kemba's healthy. If he is, great.
Right.
Bonus. If he's not, that's fine. It's not going to kill it. We're not winning a championship next year.
Right.
We know that we're
compete.
I think they're trying to compete next year. I think they're going to try to build next year.
I don't think so. I think they'll have a bunch of young dudes and just get them out there and play basketball. The young guys that they draft, the top pick and then the second pick and then well, they may not get the second pick from Houston, but if they do, if they got 3 first-round picks, they're just going to be like, let's roll these young boys out and then see what happens with Shea.
That'd be crazy. They look like a legit summer league team.
Yeah.
With three rookie, and I don't mean that in a demeaning sense. I mean, when you watch summer league, you're always watching the rookies play.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be seeing these 3 rookies on the floor starting, getting big minutes for the Oklahoma City Thunder.
You know how we talk about De'Aaron Fox and trying to win, and I think I've said a couple of times with somebody else, like, well, if you're out here trying to rebuild and do all this other stuff, what the hell is De'Aaron Fox thinking? He's like, yo, I'm trying to win. Like,
right.
I'm 24, 20, whatever years old.
Yeah.
What is SGA thinking? He's in the same situation that we always complain that we don't want for De'Aaron Fox.
Mm-hmm.
I would assume
I don't know.
I would with it. Like, I don't think it's an issue, but damn,
it's
I don't
also
know if I want that.
I mean, not to blow it off as if it's meaningless. He wasn't drafted by OKC.
Mm-hmm.
He you know what I mean? Like he probably wasn't, sold, any sort of line, when he got there. It was just kind of like, hey, clearly you see what's going on here. We'll go out there and play. We'll see what we could get done. And Shea got there. Shea played with Chris Paul, right? Like they were there together on that team.
Yep.
So it's kind of like you knew we were gonna have to move on from Chris Paul. So we're gonna. I assume if they had a conversation with them, the idea is we're gonna try to make this, process as short as possible. We're gonna try to make this process as quick and painless as possible, so we can move on and get back to where you and we were last year.
Mm-hmm.
Aaron was drafted by Sacramento, and he ain't never been there.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like I don't mean to insinuate like De'Aaron's a part of, the decision making in Sacramento, but De'Aaron is part of the fabric of what this team is and what's being built here. SGA just got there, and then you had the situation with Chris Paul, where I didn't think Chris Paul was going to play a second in an Oklahoma City uniform,
right? And
he played a whole season and was phenomenal. And so now, like SGA, like he's your best player, but certainly, like I don't think you owe him anything yet. You don't owe him anything yet. But at some point, I don't think you can carry this on for several more years, which is why I wonder if they're going to be competing this year.
Well, see, that's the thing. So even if they, like, that's the other part of the process that I feel people don't take into account. Say they draft all the right players this year.
Mm-hmm.
Them kids is 19 years old.
I understand.
They still gonna need 3 years to sit there and be like, okay, now we're ready to make the playoffs on a regular basis, not even contend for a title. Mm-hmm. Make the playoffs. At that point, 3 years from now, I'm trying to look at Shea. He's 22 right now. He'll be 25. He's a restricted free agent in 2 years. Mm-hmm. So they got club control over him for a minute, but
look at this though. Like, they acquired Kemba Walker today.
Mm-hmm.
So we've talked about those draft picks that they're accumulating being, tradable assets. Bryant West said that earlier. It's one of the most tradable assets in the entire league.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly one of the most attractive. Well, you say you hit on all 3. What if you trade one of them along with a couple of other picks and land another veteran along the lines of a Kemba Walker? So now you've got Kemba, who I'm not going to dismiss as trash. Like, if Kemba's healthy, he's a very good ball player. Of course, there's that big caveat if he's healthy. Mm-hmm. You land another player along those lines, not proposing anything, but play along with me. You land a Harrison Barnes type.
Mm-hmm.
So you got Harrison and Kemba, and then, a couple of really good, in your scenario, a couple of really, really good rookies. I don't think that's a bad team right there. I don't think that's. I know how important Chris Paul was to that team, but I think that's not too far off of what you had last year. With Shea back healthy, of course, that being a big caveat. So it's Shea, it's Kemba, and a Harrison Barnes type, and then your rookies. You got to piece all that together and figure out how it works. I understand, but I don't think they're that far off, and I don't think Sam Presti is just going to draft a bunch of players and put them in Oklahoma City uniforms. I think they'll. I don't know that OKC is done. Let's say that.
So best case scenario, you have Charlotte.
Okay.
And I'm not saying that. I'm not even saying that like it's bad.
I mean, Charlotte was in a playing game, right?
Charlotte was in a playing game.
Lost.
Now, they've been drafting like that. When did Kemba leave? Kemba left 3 years ago.
Okay. I don't remember when it was, but okay.
It took them, let's just say 3 for argument's sake.
By the way, can we point out how bad Boston's free agency signings have turned out? Kemba, Gordon Hayward, go ahead.
Yikes.
Just disasters.
Yikes. It took them 3 years to get into, in the rookie of the year, to get to the play-in in the East.
And lose
bad.
Bad.
So, I mean, if I'm a Hornets fan, D'Lo and JC in Charlotte, I'm looking forward to next year. I'm like, yo, this was just a stepping stone. We got LaMelo. So I'm looking forward to it. So I'm not looking down on it. But that's almost the best case scenario is what he did in Seattle. And that, if once again, like we always talk about, people looking at an unathletic quarterback. Well, Tom Brady did it, or sustained excellence. San Antonio did it.
Yeah.
What he did with Seattle and Westbrook and KD and Ibaka and James Harden, that I hope he's not relying on something like that. That ain't happening again.
I'm just going to do it again. Worked so well the first time. Why not?
That's not happened at all.
Just draft 3 future MVPs.
Yeah.
And
so
decide to keep the wrong guy when it was all over.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they shouldn't have got rid of Harden.
Well, James Harden wouldn't. They shouldn't have done it that year. James Harden wouldn't have been James Harden in Oklahoma City. It's just not possible.
No,
there's no way.
If he was half of that, that's pretty damn good.
He never would have been happy though. He wanted to be the guy then, and rightfully so. We saw what he did when he went to Houston. Even his first year, he was phenomenal.
Well, from everything that I've heard and read, he had no problems coming back to Oklahoma City.
I'm sure for that year he didn't.
No, he would have signed. He would have signed. That's the story. He would have signed, but they couldn't. Essentially, from what I can tell, they had to choose between him and Ibaka. They couldn't afford.
That's right. No, that's right. Yeah,
between him and Ibaka, they chose Ibaka.
Right. Whoops.
Yeah. Which, to be honest with you, isn't it? This is almost how I feel about Luka and Bagley. It's not the worst idea in the world. Did it work? No, it didn't. But if you have Westbrook, Durant, and Ibaka, like that's not crazy to be like, oh, we're gonna go with Ibaka. Like that makes sense. And I say that with Marvin and De'Aaron because, and maybe this is just an old school way of thinking. Because one thing when we had Yolanda Griffin on, I remember her saying this, and it hit because that's probably where Vlade was thinking. They're like, how do you build a team? You build it with your point guard and your big man. And that's essentially what happened. Like, okay, we get Fox, we get Bagley. We got our point and our big. And we're off. And it was the wrong decision. If you want to be like, no, you just don't ever pass on a person like Luka. I get it. I understand. But to act like it's just criminal for somebody to look at like, yo, you get your point guard of the future, you get your big of the future, and you rock. That's how I've always looked at it. I was like, I see the vision. Probably would have gone with Luka, or actually I would have gone with Michael Porter. But
even injured?
Yeah, I was big.
Really?
Yeah. And if they feel like I would have been like, Luka's dope too. He could play, but Michael Porter was my guy.
I just felt like I just don't think there were. My opinion has always been there weren't a lot of teams in the league who could do that, especially that at 12. Like Denver was good already. And so it was like, yeah, we can afford to take our time with Michael Porter Jr. Could the Kings have afforded to take as much time with Michael Porter as the Nuggets did? I don't, not just the Kings. I don't know that anybody could have.
Nuggets took about a year and a half. Wasn't that long.
That's a long time. And it's not of like you're marching him out there and he's getting hurt like with Marvin. Like you ain't gonna see him. I don't know what to tell y'all. Buckle up. This is just the way it's gonna be. You're not gonna see him. That's tough.
No, I get it. I do. I absolutely get it. Leezy says
I love Michael Porter. Remember, Michael Porter was going to be the consent. He was the guy. It wasn't DeAndre Ayton. It was Michael Porter Jr., but the injury derailed everything.
And to be fair, as good as he looks right now, at times he dealt with back injuries in his playoffs.
Yep.
So maybe that's something that's just never going to be right.
Yep.
Leezy says it's a 3-point league. I'd stop investing in big men from drafting perspective. So is it really though? Look at the teams that are left. Embiid, Giannis.
Well,
Brooklyn doesn't have a big man.
Well, just a quick question as you run through the teams. Who was the MVP?
Jokic.
Who was the runner-up?
Embiid.
Oh. I'll show myself out.
I think at the end of the day, if you have a dominant big man, that matters.
I mean, and those guys are special big men. They don't like Shaq wants every center ever to play like him. That's not the way that position is played anymore. That's not the way the league is played anymore. So you've got to be able to either shoot or you got to be able to pass like Jokic can.
Mm-hmm.
Jokic has that Vlade touch when he moves the ball. Like and I know I don't praise Nikola Jokic a lot. His touch on the ball when it is sexy.
Mm-hmm.
Like he has tremendous court vision. He gets the ball. He passes guys open. They're kind of unconventional big men, I guess, in that sense, but they're still big men, and guys need to evolve into that.
I do believe like all that other stuff is cool, and it's where the game may be going for other positions. But if there's a dominant big in the draft, if Joel Embiid is in the draft again, he should go number one, not shooting guard out of Kentucky.
Oh, yeah. The draft that changed the league. The draft that is the future of the NBA. Oh, gosh, that aged poorly. Like that was what I was thinking of that when James Ham was talking yesterday, and he was talking about how I assume Evan Mobley was his second guy in Cade Cunningham. And it's like, these are potential superstar guys. And it's like, oh, I hate when we do this because we did this with Andrew Wiggins. We did this with former Sacramento King legend Jabari Parker and that Joel Embiid draft. And it's like, no, this is going to be one of the most influential drafts in league history. And it was very much not. It was Joel. And Joel thought he was going to win Rookie of the Year his third season because he thought he didn't play enough games in season number 2 to win it. And he's like, I'm going to win Rookie of the Year next year. Like, no, that's not how it's going to work, Joel. But, it was another one of those things where he misses the first year. What did he miss? It might have been his 4th year. Didn't he miss his first 2 seasons?
I thought he
or was it
he
just
missed
one?
His first 2 seasons.
And then he missed part of his third.
Yeah.
He played, I think, 36 games, and that was the year he said, I'm going to win Rookie of the Year next year.
That draft is looking a little rough. They got some players here and there. Joel went 3rd. Aaron Gordon went 4th. Dante Exum. I remember there was a lot of hype with him. Marcus Smart, Julius Randle, Nick Stauskas. Noah Vonleh. I remember people were big on him. I was like, what are you guys talking about? They were big on Elfrid Payton too. I was like, what are you guys talking about? Makes no sense. So
we appreciate y'all so much for hanging out with us today. We appreciate you so much for hanging out this week. If you want to cop your D'Lo and KC merchandise, head over to thedopeones.com. Use the promo code June21 for 21% off. That expires this weekend. Head over to thedopeones.com and grab your D'Lo and KC merchandise, and make sure that you're back here with us on Monday, as we'll have 4 more opportunities for you to win $1,000. And I know I wasn't expecting to be talking about multiple coaches being fired. I wasn't expected to be talking about the Dallas Mavericks organization being on fire, nor did I think we would have our first trade of the offseason. Yet all of that happened here this week. Who knows what's going to happen next? Just make sure that you are here with us. If you're on YouTube, hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe button, do the same exact thing on Twitch. If you're on the Odyssey app, hit the heart button. It'll alert you when we go live. Have a great weekend. Have a safe weekend. Keep cool. Keep your animals inside. Keep your animals out of the car. Don't put them on your lap and take them to the grocery store with you. Leave the animals at home, inside, in the air conditioning. And we'll see you here on Monday on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla.
Indeed. You're going to make us cut promos, aren't you? I just believe that it's...
Change your name to Saran because it's a rap. See me, defeat me, negative.
Appreciate y'all. Yep. David, Lazy, Terrence parents had real, what was it? And Terrence. Oh, and Terrence parents had a real good marriage.
What's that from?
8 Mile.
I ain't seen that in a long time.
He went to private school.
I've seen that a couple of different times. I don't remember any of the lines, but
Richard speaking the truth here.
Good. I remember at the time everybody's like, "Oh, Eminem did such a good job. He played his damn self."
Eminem did a great job playing himself.
I do a good job playing myself too.
I don't know how he showed his range playing Eminem in a movie. It's like 50 Cent did the same thing. Get Rich or Die Trying. I was about
to ask you, did you like Get Rich or Die Trying?
That was fine. I had a unique experience with that. He held a junket in Las Vegas, like for a big premiere, and did interviews with radio stations, and KSFM was one of the stations that were invited. So I actually watched it with him in a theater. It was the same thing. It was fine. I mean,
did you see this thing where Cole Beasley
Rockland got the blue?
A 4-page letter talking about why he's not vaccinated?
Cole Beasley?
Yeah.
Put out a 4-page letter on his apps and his notes app.
I don't even know why this was needed.
Like Cole Beasley, like Cole, does anyone get who cares what you think? Get out of here. Like, cool. Like, you're not vaccinated. Like, why do you think anyone cares? Stop making a big deal out of it. No one will give a crap.
Oh, my gosh, Cole.
Manny has sent me a picture of this Together cereal box like a dozen times. I'm not really sure what he wants me to do with it. Manny, if you're still here, what do you want me to do with this cereal box that you keep sending me? Oh, you said I got an extra box if you want it. Oh, okay. I got you.
There's blue on the shelves. There's blue on the shelves. I repeat.
Yep.
They also have art bottles of the Lux on the shelf.
Hey, John, we got a Rockland sighting here. Rockland Bottle Shop and Tap Room. They got the blue. They got the blue. It's so pretty.
We got another one in Galt. Dry Creek Liquor. They've got the blue.
They got the blue. They got the blue. They got the blue. They got the blue. Man, those bottles are beautiful.
They really are. Can't wait to have some again.
Right? Facts. It's like, man, that's a damn shame that they just have to stay there behind me. That's why I need that different setup, man, because then I don't have to use so many damn bottles. Like, I could just put them behind me like you and actually drink the rest of them. Dude, that's what I'm doing. I'm going to go pick some up today. And I'm I even cut the foil with a razor blade. Now I'm going to put the blue Gatorade in.
That's official.
Put the Okay, settle down there. Jesse, the juvenile drinker.
I'm sending him a 4-page letter.
I'm starving.
And me too. I gotta go take Reese to get his hair cut. Let me see what the people talk about on a Friday.
Hey, I'm with it. Let's do it. Yes, indeed, Coach. I know Coach about to pop a bottle of wine.
Coach Molly.
Luke, the Luke wagon. I hope that doesn't mean what I think it does. I hope it does.
Donovan Metcalf.
That was actually me that just went go-go's. That was me. That's my mom's side.
You don't like 50 Cent because he's a jerk. Guy's an asshole.
Yeah.
I remember somebody, this isn't funny, but it is funny. Somebody's like, 50 Cent reminds us every day why somebody shot him 9 times.
Jeez. Well. Richard, I mean, man, whatever you, what do you got around the house? I mean, citrus flavors are good. Like 7-Up is like a 7-Up or a Sprite or something like that.
Yeah.
Or as Kenny said, Squirt. That worked well. I think you did. Oh, Luke Belair. Woo! You said the Luke wagon. I thought you meant something else. Yeah, you need to get on that, man. That's where it's at. If you could get the blue, get the blue. Everything else is kind of dependent, on taste.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Yeah,
man.
Dude, Leezy.
I do lemonade.
Leezy, we're off now. We're off the clock. We're off the clock.
My office hours are done.
Sorry. I'm sorry. If you would like to leave a message.
Oh, man.
That's great. There
y'all
you go.
Y'all get ready to see him patrolling the sidelines again.
Bryce. These avatars, man. There you go. That's a great call, Richard, right there. That's a great call.
Lemonade, man. Go. I don't know if it really matters or not, but I typically have some Simply lemonade in the house. And Simply lemonade or blueberry lemonade, that works. And then, I've also had Minute Maid peach juice with the Ciroc or with the McQueen. And it's been bomb. I said Ciroc because I was like, it's better than Ciroc. And I like Ciroc, but McQueen is better than Ciroc. That's a different type of alcohol, though, too. That's vodka.
Okay, Dutch Brothers, we see you tweeting at us.
What?
Well, Bryce tags you in something that you should try. It's a blended Rebel Eclipse. It looks like a slushy.
Yeah, I'm not interested in that, Bryce. Come on, man. Come on.
But shout out to Dutch Brothers for tweeting back.
I got love for Dutch Brothers, though, man. You know what I'm saying? Like it's all good. I got to try them.
All right, Jesse's gonna make us cut promos, so we're gonna let y'all ride, and we're gonna go pour it at first glass. You know how it is. No, the Bumbu hasn't dropped yet. I promise we'll let you know as soon as it does.
That's the one.
But it's on limit. That's the one. I mean, I know we say this a lot. The blue is fantastic, but this cream.
This cream, the best liquor I've ever had.
And it is the most dangerous. Yeah, because you just don't process what you're drinking and could end bad. Drink responsibly. pour one glass, put the bottle away, like pour a healthy glass, one that, okay, this is getting me feeling good, and then put it away because you're going to drink it and go, I'm going to get another. This was milk.
Yeah.
Chocolate milk. Don't do that. But we'll let you know as soon as it's out. All right, y'all. Love y'all, man. Thanks for everything.
Have a great weekend, guys.
Well, indeed. It takes me forever to do this. Go to thedopeones.com, by the way. One last reminder, go to thedopeones.com and get your promo code June 21, June 21st. That's the promo code. It's good on D'Lo and Casey gear. It's good on everything on the website until Monday. All right, thedopeones.com. We'll see y'all.